Go do.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it. Oh, yeah, no worries. Oh, that's not good. You might need that. And your name is?
Danny.
Johnny?
Johnny.
Yeah, close
Okay,
enough.
nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
Okay.
Yeah, so don't worry about the Dropbox or anything. And you don't need to record it. I'm gonna be bouncing around anyway, so it's not gonna do any good, I don't think. So,
Okay. Do you want us to record it?
no, that's fine.
Really?
Because when I'm moving around, it doesn't come out very well. I'm not just gonna like sit here or what have you. So,
Okay. Well, does it matter if we keep the recording of the slides and everything meanwhile, or?
Well, they've already got all the slides and everything. If you want to do that, and just watch the slides run through, I guess I could do
No,
that if
okay.
that's what they want, but yeah.
Yes. Okay. Then.
Yeah, otherwise, don't worry about it.
Okay, then it's
me-
everything ready. Yes.
Nothing.
Okay, maybe it's, Yes.
That maybe.
should I quit this?
Hold on, let's see, yeah.
Okay, yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Can't see. Stop. Where is the thing where you could eject and jump?
It was there.
Right there?
Yes, I think so.
There we go.
maybe
That's
this
what I
one?
was
Yes.
trying to do earlier. Oh, it's not gonna let me.
Oh, no, okay,
It's
good.
gonna make me shut it down.
No, yes. We'll.
Maybe you need to drag it like over to the desktop or something.
Yes.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
And now we should be able to go in there and clear the drive.
Yes. Okay.
That's gonna get to do too many things at the same time. It doesn't like it.
But
It protests.
now it's perfect.
Sweet.
Yeah, sure. Just
Appreciate you.
thank you. Just tell me if you need anything else.
Yep, well done. It's available on the websites for sure. Yeah, so. Oh, does he really? We could definitely make it available, sure. Well, the nice thing about having it on your own laptop when you download it is you can go back to it and refer to it whenever you want. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna give it a few more minutes and then we'll get started. Good Friday morning, everybody. Welcome. They're gonna ask me to do this. I don't know how efficient the course website is. Download. Have a lot of material today, but hopefully it'll be some. This is an expert level class, but sometimes you need to go back and talk about intermediate or, dare I say, basic things to try to get the point of. Permitting can be very complex. And even people like me that have been doing this for many years, sometimes you just have to go back and find out what is the basis for what you do and why you're doing it. That's where the elements, fundamental part of it. We may be doing a little bit of that just to help bring everybody up and say, probably all on slightly different levels of what we know or what we think we know. That way, if we're all on a common basis, we can all come through the presentation together. I can maybe maximize the amount of. You know, I'm not sure how many people are. So why don't we go ahead and get started? That sound good to everybody? So, and if we finish a little bit. That's right. So this is what we call an activity for experts. We're going to be talking about a lot about different state and federal NSR relationships. A lot of it is going to be designed to circulate around major NSR and minor NSR. So everybody has a minor NSR, but it's the major NSR that's even quite frequent. And it seems simple and straightforward when you get into it until you get into the details, and then it can get pretty complex pretty quick. I don't know if y'all experienced that in the lot, but it can get kind of quick. But in this advanced class, expert class, we're actually going to try to be bringing up a couple of topics that you probably normally don't care about. A lot of times you're probably at your desk or your companies, they'll come say, how do I do this or how do I do that? But there's a lot more to it than just doing a vetting calculation and putting things together. There's a lot of aspects of major NSR that most people don't think about until they run across it. And then all of a sudden it becomes a big thing. And so what I'm going to try to do is highlight some of those in this class. Explain it as best as I can, at least give you a fundamental knowledge of what it is. Not that you're going to remember everything you see today, but I have found out through my experience that if you run across it, see it, and at least have an idea, then you're like, oh yeah, I've heard about this before. It actually makes it easier to go back and do something. So it's the known unknown, right? You know what it is, but you know you have to look more. look into greater detail. It's the unknown unknowns that I'm speaking up against. I'm gonna try to help y'all get rid of some of those. So what we're gonna be talking about today is a little bit about permit content. The big thing that's been happening in the last administration or two, from the EPA is source aggregation and project aggregation. There has been some changes in both of those arenas, and they kind of go parallel with each other a little bit. We'll be talking a little bit about minor NSR, but most likely not in the way you think. We're gonna be talking about why a minor NSR program exists and why there is so much difference and almost discrepancy across the country in different minor NSR programs. There's a reason for that. So everybody would think, well, Texas should do it the same way as Louisiana, it's the same way as Arkansas, Tennessee. But if you ever work in those other states, you're gonna find out there's actually quite a bit of difference, even though they all have a minor NSR program. How many of y'all have facilities or work out of state primarily more than the Texas? And so some of the comparisons, since Texas is really my background, I'm not trying to sell you on what Texas does, but please take it, I'm trying to show you what Texas does, and then let you know that other states have their own processes and their own way of doing things. This is how you would find it in Texas. If you're operating in another state, I would encourage you to look at their program, look at their website, and find out how they do it, because there are differences. We'll be talking a little bit about major NSR, certain aspects of major NSR. I don't know if you've heard of accommodated emissions or demand growth exclusion. It can be a very powerful tool, but it can also be one that can get you into trouble real quick. And so it's how you differentiate between that. I can see the key takeaway there. We'll be talking about PSD a little bit, but probably from a completely different aspect. Everybody thinks about BACT and doing max analysis. But there's actually a lot of other things behind the scenes with the PSD permit that an applicant would still be required to submit to their state agency should PSD be triggered. And they're not talked about in a lot of presentations. So I thought I would bring them up in this presentation to just kind of try to inform you of some of the concepts that you made. We'll be talking about non-attainment resource review a little bit. As y'all probably know, vast parts of our country that were previously serious ozone non-attainment have been reclassified to severe. Some parts of our country have been severe before under the now vacated 1997 standard. So that was about 5 or 6 years ago now, I believe. But some of the companies still have that memory in their archives, if you will. There's other parts of the country that are becoming severe ozone non-attainment for the first time. They've never had to deal with. So it's kind of a mixed bag. So just to help out a little bit, hopefully we'll be talking about that a little bit. And of course, that's going to lead us into our last module. There's a lot going on with the National Ambient Air Quality Standard. One of them is the reclassification for ozone. We got PM 2.5 out there. And then it's not in my slides. I'm trying to keep this presentation as up to date as I can. If you look at quote unquote the chatter of where the EPA would like to go and the things they're looking at, I'll be sharing a little bit of information on that as well. So just some of the things that I've seen in the next world of kind of what they're doing, maybe why. It's not definitive yet, but the EPA is definitely. Okay, so one of our goals is to help you with the complex issues that you encounter. And this presentation, being an advanced one, is probably a little bit different than some of those, because I'm going to be trying to hit items that you may or may not get in other presentations or where you don't have as much time because they just don't have the ability to get. So I'm actually going to be concentrating on that. Sound good? That's what we're going to try to do. Every one of my modules is going to have a slide like this in it as I bounce. So when we get finished with one topic, get ready to go on to the other. If you don't have any questions during it, I'll definitely pause at each one of those and let you collectively think for a minute before I move on. So I'm going to try to maximize your time. Help all of you understand this crazy world. So we'll be discussing and explaining complex issues. In this kind of class, I encourage, if y'all have any questions, Sometimes part of the audience will encounter something in their state that another one may or may not have. This is kind of a group setting where we can all learn from each other. That includes me as the presenter. I always hear new things almost every time I do one class. It's about, oh, we found this in Florida. That happened in Montana. So it makes a difference. This, I think, is extremely fundamental, but it's extremely important in fighting the problem. I know a lot of people either on the environmental staff, or if you're in the HSC management structure somewhere, you got environmental people reporting to you. A lot of times they'll come up and say, hey, we got this project, kind of figure out what my requirements are, and they dive right into the calculation. And I get that. I mean, I'm an engineer, I'm a VP, you know, we'd rather work with numbers anyway sometimes. But if you actually take a step back, before you dive into all of that, I think all of these are very important things. When you look at your project, when you're at your plant, if you don't already know, think about, are you in an attainment area, or are you in a non-attainment area? So is your project going to be a new major source? Are you at an existing minor source, or are you a greenfield site? Or are you at a minor source and you may not even have to worry about major install, either PSD or non-attainment? I put HAPS up there for a different reason, and it's more of an FYI. Most of the time you hear of major ISR, triggering PSD, non-attainment, which all functions it to be the Title V major source. I found out through experience that people sometimes forget about HAPS. Now, HAPS is not a traditional NSR requirement. They are control rules out of the EPA's 40 CFR 63 series, DSHAP. But you can become a major source with 10 tons of any one pound or 25 tons of any combination of HAPS. That makes you a major source. That in itself would trigger a Title V requirement. So it's a little bit off sequence, but I have seen over my career people miss that. So just they get some television on PSV, non-attainment, major NSR, they skip it. They're actually major for something else. NSPS and DSHAP's applicability. That kind of goes hands in hand with the hazardous air pollution. And so these kind of questions are the first thing that a permit reviewer at your state agency is probably going to look at when he gets a project, because he's going to put that in a certain bucket, right? He's going to know this has the potential of triggering non-attainment. This has the potential of triggering PSD. So one of the things he's going to try to do up front is verify whether those major NSR programs are triggered, because that sets up a different level of rigor and responsibility that the permit review has to employ in his review to make sure that he can successfully get the project issued for him. And if it doesn't meet any of those, then it's minor NSR, which is basically the state permitting program, and then he can concentrate on that. So if he doesn't go through that first, I almost guarantee you one of his managers are going to come back and they say, you know, this is 180 tons. Are we non-attainment? You know, what's going to happen? So that's one of the first things they're probably going to try to do is clear out any federal entanglements, if you will, and try to make sure it truly is a minor NSR. So on permit content, one of the things that people run into sometimes is source aggregation. And this is where you have different sources. Now keep in mind, the word source, you have to use it in the frame it's intended. It gets used for a lot of things, and it means a lot of things. And if you're not on the same page, you can rapidly get lost in the conversation. Many state programs will look at a source as what Texas calls a facility. That's an individual unit, a boiler, a heater, a tank, you know, a truck loading spot. When the EPA looks at source, their definition of source is the entire plant site. And so it's okay to use source, but just keep in mind there's a context around that word. It means different things to different people in the environmental regulatory. And so what we're going to talk about here are truly different sources. Sometimes we will run across a company that may own different interests, different properties, and say, you know, these are two completely different sources. They have nothing to do with each other. Even though you go high enough up the food chain someplace, there may be something. And so sometimes there's benefits from being a major source, sometimes there's not. But when you're one, you're kind of in that category. The EPA is typically used what they call a 3-factor test. to determine whether you're a single source or multiple different sources. One of them is, do the different properties operate under the same SIC code? When the EPA looks at this, they're looking at the first two digits, SIC 29 for refining. It's a 4-digit code when you look it up. The last few digits in that code get more specifics to the kind of refinery unit you are. But when the EPA looks at, are you in the same major industrial classification? So if you got a company that owns two properties a few miles apart and they're both refineries, is that one source or is that two? And that gets more complex by some of the acquisitions and buying and selling in some companies have been going. The other test is they need to be on adjacent properties. We'll get into that a little bit more. You think you know what adjacent is until they define it, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that's not Webster's. Or it might be, we'll get into that. And then the third part of that test is the operations are under the same control. So common ownership and control and stuff. That reference. And so why is it important? So if you're different sources, they're not going to combine your emissions. You may have two minor sources. If they were combined, it would be a major source because they would be over major source threshold. And so that can help simplify both of the different sources, both of the different sites quite a bit. But also keep in mind is that if you are truly two different sources and you do something at one source that triggers a major analysis, you cannot go to the other source and get reductions or trying to net out or something like that. If you trigger non-attainment, you may be able to buy offsets from the other source. So it'd be kind of like internal trading if you want. But you can't get there until you actually trigger. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the. I'm actually, yes, I'm gonna try to go back and let you know kind of what the history of the rule is and kind of where we are. Start right now. So a lot of this started in 2012. Summit Petroleum went back and basically went against the EPA. And the courts ruled and rejected functional interrelatedness between two different sources. And the reason that is so big, here's an example where Summit had two sources that were 8 miles apart and the EPA defined this because it was a functional interrelatedness aspect of it. And what the court ruled basically is that adjacent really needs physical proximity only, that the statute, the underlying requirements, and the Federal Clean Air Act didn't say anything about you can take functional interrelatedness as an aspect of whether you got two different sources. Prior to this case, the EPA did exactly that. And but the court realized, they went back and they looked at the original construct of the Federal Clean Air Act and how 40 CFR 51, 52, and 51-166 were put together. And they said, you know, everything initially was proximity. The way they described it when the court looked at this is they went back and they saw basically mission creep. That it started out that way, but over successive EPA administrations, if you will, and as time went on, EPA staff kind of said, well, it could also be this, and we want to be conservative and we don't want to get surprised. So we're going to, you know, we think this could potentially be a part of it. You do that often enough over 30, 35 years, you eventually wind up to the point that you're lucky if it's reminiscent of what the original material was, when some lot of it was up in the 70s. And that's kind of what the court found is that, you know, when the EPA started saying, if you're functionally related, if you're 8 miles apart, we can still potentially consider you to be one source. And the federal court system said, you know, we think you're giving yourself that power. And that really wasn't in the original construct. And so the federal court kind of said, no, we're going to take functional interrelatedness out of it. There's a sub caveat to that. We'll get to it. Yes, sir. So, I'm sorry. What they would affect the source? Modified sources and affected sources are completely different things because they're on the same problem. So, okay, so this wouldn't be an affected source. This wouldn't be an affected source. They're talking about if you're a source, before you even determine whether you got a project or a modification or affected, what is your property line? What is your boundary? Who you are? And if you have a source over here, in this case, Summit had another operation that was 8 miles away, but the two communicated, shifted materials back and forth. Right. And so the EPA. I'm sorry.
Same as I see.
That's I think of. But the EPA said, but because you two are operating in an interrelated manner, that you're not going to be defined in one source. So all of the emissions for both locations had to be added together for whether they were a major source. Did you trigger PSD? Did you trigger nonattainment? And the court came back and said, that really wasn't the initial intent of when they set this up. So yes, there is a requirement that you have to have a property line or adjacent. But the court basically ruled that, well, when we were talking about adjacent, we didn't mean you do something over here and then transfer it 8 or 9 miles away. And because you did that, you're now one single source. That's the part where they said that they thought there was a limitation creeping.
Could you elect to?
Not that I am aware of, because they truly are different SIC. And I think that would be a very unique scenario where if a company wanted to take different SIC codes and group them together for whatever reason, there's probably is many times more companies that would not want to do that than would. The caveat to that is, and it's not my presentation, we're getting a little, but in the major NSR construct, they have what they call a nested source or an associated source. And so that's a different kind of operation that if it wasn't for that, the primary operation could not work. So here's an example, and this is one the EPA uses all the time, but there's probably others. The one the EPA uses for that is they say, okay, we have a mine. And we have a lot of, and stuff like that. And so the mine is a certain 2-digit SIC code. It may or may not be. But to run that mine, we have a bunch of steam boilers to make the hot water to make the steam that they use to help clear out the mine caverns. Those boilers have a different SIC. They are not a mine. But if you have enough boilers to where they are major in and of themselves, so your boiler firehouse area is a major source. What the EPA has said and what they have done is they said, okay, a boiler is not a mine, but boilers themselves are a source category, and if they are major, they could trigger PSD or nonattainment, even though the unit they are supporting and the reason they're there is not. And so the EPA has done that numerous times. And the reason they do that is they're trying to avoid the situation where you have an unnamed source category. Include a major source category, and then they say, but you can't look at that because we're a mine and we're a different SIC. So I have seen that before, but that's more of a function of the operations instead of a physical decision of somebody taking 2 different SICs that, I wouldn't be treating before. On September 4th, 2018, the EPA actually came out with draft guidance, kind of benefiting and looking at these different aspects. And then for other than oil and gas production facilities, which have their own unique definitions of source and site, they said for everybody else, adjacency only considers physical proximity and does not include functional interrelated. And that was a direct result of the court decision. Here's where it gets interesting, though, is they did not define what adjacent means. So are we back to the distance thing again we were talking about a little bit earlier? Some of these things eventually have an uncomfortable ability to loop back around. So that's why I think we need to be careful. And so what the EPA and what the courts were saying is that operations do not share a common boundary or border, or are otherwise not physically touching each other, will be deemed adjacent if the operations are nevertheless nearby. All the way back to the 8-mile testing, probably not. But they didn't specifically define that in the court ruling. And so what the EPA said is that they're adjacent if it's reasonably conclude that the operations are truly in proximity to each other. So they're trying to toss out the 8 mile away or 10 mile away type scenarios and stuff like that. And it generally conveys side by side or neighboring, with the allowance made for some limitation of a right of way. So what you probably can't do is have a refinery that has a highway that runs through it, that would be a right of way. And say, well, the pieces of the refinery on this side of the highway are the other, on one source, and the pieces of the refinery on the other side of the highway are a different source. Treat this individually, don't lump this together and then disagree. That they basically said you can't do that. Because if it weren't for the highway, they would all be one site. And the EPA basically put this nice little phrase in there. It must ultimately comport with the common sense notion of the plan. So what they're careful with there is, does it make sense? Yeah, you're not gonna be 8 miles away, but if there's a creek that runs through there, there's a creek easement so that people can get in there and do drainage control and stuff like that. It's not enough to say that's one plant over there and another plant over here, and we have nothing to do with each other. The EPA saying probably not. But if it's, you have the creek easement and you have something else and the other plant is 8 miles away, 5 miles away. Yeah, the common sense notion is they are not adjacent or right next to each other. And so that's kind of the logic that they were using going forward. And that was a draft memo that the EPA came out. A little while later, November 26, 2019, they actually released the final memo. And in that memo, they went back and they said, okay, we looked at all the passport decisions. They looked at other NSR decisions, kind of historical activity that the EPA has been looking at. They looked at their own draft guidance, tried to see how it was kind of used or what was said about it during the meantime. And they came back and said, you know, we think that the best approach is to apply the agency's original interpretation going back to the 1980 development, which is exclusively on proximity, and we're not going to look at interrelatedness. And so this kind of ended that discussion, which was really kind of crazy and going in the unexpected directions prior to that. And so basically proximity is equal to adjacent. You got the concept of a common sense notion of a plan. It's not defined in any of the regulation, and physical proximity means even if they don't share a common boundary, are they nevertheless adjacent or close? And again, without distance being defined. But if you ever get a regulator come back and say, you know, that's 8 miles away and they're finishing up with the product and what material that you made at the other, you won because of that. That's interrelatedness of functionality. And they said, you can't do that. That really wasn't the two. And so they actually said this in their memo. For properties not in physical proximity, the EPA will not invoke the existence of functional interval. That letter, that memo, went to the EPA regional administrators. And so that's why the regional offices have been requested to operate using those criteria. And I guess the EPA could see what was potentially going to happen once they came out with this, because they specifically said this does not affect prior decisions where functional interrelatedness may have been used to combine plant sites. So in other words, if you got 2 plant sites that have been historically combined, they are not going to go back and revisit. They're still one source. But from that point looking forward, they're not going to do that. So take that as you will. So if you have 2 different sources that are miles apart, and the EPA has said at one point or another that you're a common site, and your permits were already issued in that format, they're probably not going to be too willing to go back now and unlock it. It's kind of where that's going. And so the EPA also basically said that this is not promulgated through a rulemaking. It is a memo. And so it hasn't been through public notice. It hasn't been through the CFR. It's basically the EPA staking out, here's where we are now. We're following court guidance. We've reevaluated ourselves, and we think this was the original intent. So that the EPA basically said, if a state uses this guidance in their determinations, any challenge will come through the permitting process. So as you know, a lot of migrated software permitting programs require public notice. And they're saying that if somebody on the outside, NGOs, the world in general, has a problem with this approach, they will probably request a public meeting or a contested case hearing, and then the EPA would get feedback from that. instead of going through a formal bill. The other aspect of it is common control. So SICs are pretty easy. Well, first two digits, you're either in the same two-digit category or not. The other aspect of it is are you adjacent or not? We just kind of went through the tortured path of adjacency. In my opinion, with all the years I've been doing this, it's the common ownership and control that really starts to become the big issue. Especially as you go through the tests. And so this actually rose its head back in 2018. For some reason, Pennsylvania encountered a lot of these items before a lot of other states, or they were just willing to talk about them in a public open fashion. But basically, when you got two different companies and you're trying to determine, are they two companies or are they the same? There's a lot, like we talked about, there's a lot of reasons somebody wants to be two different companies. But should they be? Historically, what the EPA had done is they've looked at different things like shared workforces, management, administration, shared equipment, intermediates, byproducts, shared pollution control responsibilities. Does one source or one property send all of their off gases to a flare on another property? Who's in control of that? Who can sign up for it? How does that interrelationship work? Especially if the two properties are saying, we're different companies, don't lump us together. And then the other one is any support dependency relationships. And that's a little bit different than interdependency of what we were talking about when it comes to site location, whether you're adjacent or not. This is more on the ownership side of things. And so like other things, some of this plays out in the court system and in a variety of memos. What the US EPA basically told Pennsylvania is that they believe that just because you have different owners, in order to be determined if you are one property or not through common ownership and control, the control basically requires the power to dictate the specific item and not, and not influence. So if you got two different sites, and one site says, I think you really ought to do that. That's really not influencing. If one site tells the other one that says you have to do this or else, even if they would have been two different properties, if one source has that much control over how another source operates, chances are the EPA and the state regulator could potentially come back and say, you're claiming to be two different properties, but you're really kind of operating as one. It's kind of what they're looking at. The EPA specifically, in some of their memos, said, we're really looking at air pollution regulatory requirements as well. If one site can tell another site how to control things, assert compliance with it, or what kind of control device they should have, they're really not as independent as they think they want to be, as they're trying to broadcast. And you also have some dependency relationships, and that's the support facility, which is what we actually talked about a little bit earlier, where you can potentially have two different sources under the same ownership and control that are different SIC numbers, and they're doing different things, but still supporting each other. That is a possibility, and that really gets back to the mind versus the mind. Yes.
RO, I recently played had a project. They are two adjacent, they are like different SIC codes, but the RO of one facility can sign for other facilities permit application, but he's not using this, plant A is main plant, title. He's using he's like, plant director of plant A, but he's also like CEO. He's CEO for plant A, but he's plant director for plant B. He wear two hats, but does that because of he is just like that single person would affect the.
It potentially could. I think it's something that probably needs to be looked at. The difference in my mind from that is if you got company A that has two different operations and they're under different SIC numbers, they are different sources from that aspect. but they're not trying to say that they're two completely different properties. So you can have more than one source on a property from the EPA definition. But if you got two different properties that are the same source, that's when you potentially get into it. So if both properties are the same SIC, and he's trying to say, I work over here, and I'm not part of that company, but yet I kind of am, because I can sign off on some of the things they do. I can influence what they do from my position over here. Be careful with that. That is something that somebody could potentially come back and push back on. And challenge the notion of, are you one source or are you two? So if they're saying right now that they're two sources, they're the same SIC code, and the guy from source B can tell the guy from source A what to do, I would be careful with that scenario, if that's the kind of crunch done. For sure. All right, does that help a little bit with different sources and whether you're truly two different sources or not? Because the partner to that, if you will, and when you do the sources, that's normally called source aggregation. In the speed that different programs operate on. The other kind of aggregation you have is project aggregation. So what do you do if you have one source? We're defined, we already figured out, we know who we are, we know who we're not, you know, this is our source, this is our property. Now, what do you do if you're a big chemical plant or a refinery and you got multiple projects happening at the same time within your facility? That's where the concept of project aggregation, especially from the major NSR standpoint, PSD, nonattainment. And so, like source aggregation, project aggregation has had a long and tortured time frame. And if you've been in this business for a while, you'll see the ebbs and flows of opinions and EPA memos, different innuendo of what is or isn't, how things should be looked at. And so it actually goes all the way back, primarily to 2002, after the NSR reform rule. A lot of it bases off of that, of how do you aggregate projects. The EPA has tried to have a number of start and stop efforts where they tried to define it in a proposed rule. They either got slammed by public comments that they couldn't support, or they just decided the effort wasn't worth going through, however you want to spin that, because a lot of the rules that they came up with never became final. So you can Google project aggregation, and you're gonna get a lot of information. But be careful what you read, because a proposal is not a final rule, and it really has no effect of law. But sometimes reading the proposal, if you think about it, you can glean what the agency was trying to do. They may have not been successful, but chances are aspects of that will appear in another rule that did go final. So it'll give you a little bit of the history of how they got there. And that goes all the way up to 2019, where you have project emissions accounting. So all of that kind of gets lumped into the project aggregation. And so in 2009, the EPA came up with a Federal Register notice, and it was reaffirmed in 2018 that project aggregation describes the grouping together of multiple nominally separate but related changes into one project. And so they also said that physical and operational changes really should be substantially related to each other to be grouped as one project. And they look at things and said, a source doesn't have to group projects together on timing alone. Say you have a big chemical plant, you got 5 production trains. And a lot of chemical plants, they make all kinds of products. Some of the production trains may have absolutely nothing to do with the other production trains, with the exception they're owned by the same company or they're on the same piece of ground. Outside of that, it really doesn't matter. You pick one up over here and put it 200 miles away, and it'll be just fine. It has no dependencies, nothing on the other units. You can do a project at one at the same time you're doing a project at the other. They each have their own emission increases. You're an existing major source, let's say. Are you required to take both projects and combine their emissions together to do a major source analysis? Maybe or maybe not. And that's what project aggregation is all about. Is they don't have to be based on timing alone. They're not required to be aggregated simply because the plants, it supports the plant's overall basic purpose. And early in my career, I actually saw this happen, where you have a big company, you have two different production units, have nothing to do with each other. And there are times when the EPA and some state programs would say, you know, this one starts up January 1st, this other one starts up in March, they're being constructed at the same time, they're obviously pursuing along parallel, you know, trails. And they're both supporting, you're both in chemical manufacturing, so you gotta take the emissions from these. And what the EPA was saying is, you know, that's really not right. So to some extent, the EPA was trying to control the scatter of their own regional offices. You know, the EPA has 12 offices, each one of them has a lot of their own power and authority. Sometimes it's kind of like herding cats. So that's what the EPA tries to do, is keep their regional offices in line, if you will. And they also said that changes separated by more than 3 years are not going to be substantially related. So you go out, you have a production unit, you make a modification, you implement that modification. 3.5, 4 years later, you got to come back and say, you know, there's new products we want to handle. We're going to have to go back and we want to modify our existing operations to handle these new projects. Was that part of the same project that you did 2 or 3 years before or not? And so in this particular memo, the EPA said, you know, more than 3 years are not substantially related. And you're gonna see as we go on, there's a little bit of give and take on this time. And then I can tell you a little bit about what Texas does. It takes to look at in the state you're operating with, should you get into that kind of scenario with your regulatory.
There's application. And sometimes so are they
The general rule is that basically goes off of when your authorization was issued. Yeah, because sometimes it may take you 3 or 4 years or even longer if you're building a really big plant. Some of these things can be very large and very complex. And then you come on with another project and you can implement it in 45 days. Yeah. And so it usually goes from when you get your authorization. That is your ability, your legal right to do what you claim that you want to do. Yes. Uh-huh. Right. That gets back into the source aggregation that we were talking about a little bit earlier. If one unit purchases another one and you can show that you're truly different in operations and stuff like that, probably not. But somebody could potentially ask the question. And so that's where using some of these things that we went through can be an advantage is of showing why they truly are two different sides. There are occasions where a company will buy another company that's adjacent or close with the intent of knocking down all the barriers and operating them as one plant. And that kind of gets back to the common sense notion of a plant. That's one of the things. But that's actually more of a site aggregation issue than a project aggregation. So we already know through this memo that the EPA said, okay, projects separated by more than 3 years are probably not going to be put together. They're not substantially related. Maybe. Things that the EPA and regulatory agencies were looking for is applications of funding. How are the different projects first, if you will, and how are they going through on their financials as far as their reason for existing? Business unit interactions. If you got 2 different projects, do they need each other? Are they truly 2 different lines or 2 different things, or is somebody trying to be cute with an EPA and regulatory agency and say, well, I got these sets of equipment over here and I got these sets of equipment over here, and I can't run without the other, but I don't want to combine it together. I want them to be 2 different projects. EPA and regulatory agencies are on the lookout for that because they don't want somebody to try to circumvent PSD or non-attainment. If you're PSD or if you're non-attainment, they want you to go through the program. They don't want you to take one project and break it up into small multiple pieces and say there's nothing to see. And that actually happens more. It's not a common everyday occurrence, but it does happen. It does happen. But again, changes are not required to be aggregated simply because they support the overall purpose. A refinery is a refinery, a chemical plant is a chemical plant. Just because you do two different operations and two different projects and two different parts of the site at the same time, doesn't necessarily mean they have anything to do with each other. But it kind of gets back to business interactions and stuff like that. I can tell you from experience, and I have seen companies do this more often than you would think. And this is when the technical people and the marketing people don't talk. And one of them was fairly recently. There was a company, they were coming in, they were a polymer company, and they were making, I'm not even naming the company, but they were making polyethylene and polypropylenes and stuff like that. They were setting up, 2 or 3 different units and extra boilers and support equipment and all of that. And they said, we got this over here, this is our production unit. We got all of these over here, and we're using this for something else. And they have nothing to do with each other. And then in the press release, a few months later, their higher up, I'm not going to say it's a CEO, but it was somebody pretty far up the food chain, basically told the public, yeah, we're going to be expanding our facilities and we're going to have this new production unit. And the reason we can do that is we're installing all of these new boilers and all this new equipment. And they're going to be the lowest of many things. We got BACT plus, we're using SCR, we got all of this stuff. And we are increasing the ability of these things to operate. Well, the technical people just said they have nothing to do with each other. Now there's a press release that said, we're doing all of this together because our goal is we're going to increase all of this. That didn't work out very well for the company. So it's interesting to see how these intercommunications between different departments, if you will, within a company or within an organization. So just an FYI, that happens. So when you're talking about projects, especially if you're on one source, one site, and you got multiple things going on at the same time, be careful what you say publicly and what you say to your regulator or to your permitting entity. Not only can that make an interesting compliance situation if that gets caught, that's also hard to turn around if you have public relations issues with the residences and people that are on. Because they come back and they say, you're doing this big giant project that you were trying to tell me was these 2 little things. That's hard to back up from.
When they share, you can still have independent, even if both of them have.
You could, yeah, one is maybe an effective unit from the other, yeah. But if you need both of the trains to make the amount of product that you want to sell, that is now a financial link of our project is really to increase production from both of these trains because of blah, blah. They're not truly independent anymore. We need production overall because we're making this one super product that everybody wants. And so we're going to increase production of our site to do that. And we're going to use different trains. Oh, but by the way, they're all in the same funding. They're all in the same orders that's coming from the upper agency. We got our ability to go and do our permitting from our CEO or whatever. Oh, but at the same time, they really don't have anything to do with each other. That is a hard box to cross off. Then a while later, had another situation, 3 in Maplewood. And this is why I say there's a little bit of scatter here. The EPA said they would closely scrutinize minor source permit applications that occur over a time period at 1 year to 18 months. Well, you got one EPA region saying, 3 years or more, we're not going to look. Then you have another one coming back and saying, if you're within a year to 18 months, if your projects are closer to that, at the same piece of equipment at the same unit, we're going to say you always intended to do this big project. And that breaking them up into 2 separate actions really wasn't fair. And so there is some scatter. And so if you're operating in a state outside of Texas, I would encourage you to double check with your minor NSR program, especially if you have a unit that you're modifying frequently or like. You don't see that a whole lot in refineries or some of the other things, but chemical, especially chemical and stuff like that, when you're going back in and you're always monkeying with your train, technical term, you're always monkeying, goofing around with your trains and trying to do this or trying to do that. Are they truly independent projects or is your net goal, you want to produce these 5 things, but you only put 3 in one bucket and 2 in the other bucket, when the whole bucket was supposed to be, you were going to do 5. That's the kind of thing you're trying to put your on. It's ironic in a way, because the state of Texas actually had a procedure that they were using even before a lot of these EPA memos and stuff come out. Historically, the state of Texas has used 2 years. If you're outside of 2 years, they're probably going to say, okay, there's enough time that these projects really weren't conceived and developed at the same time, especially if there's no financial backing or a press release saying, hey, by the way, we're going to do it. And so some areas use 3 years, other areas use 1. So if you're outside of Texas, I know Texas uses 2, but if you're in another state, you may want to talk to that state agency and say, what is your project aggregation litmus, if you will? How far do projects have to be apart before they can be 2 different projects versus being combined? It makes a difference between 2 minor NSR projects and a project that triggers the Nonattainment, for example. So it can have some pretty big repercussions depending on how you move on. There's another category that sometimes comes up. It's rare. You can have a project that has a long gestation period, if you will. We're going to do this, and then we need to do that. We need to do that. It's going to take us 5 or 6 years to do it because there's all this construction going on. And so the EPA, and again, through somebody new, and I've seen this sparingly in Texas, where you have several modifications that are related to the overall goal. And you know what you want to need to do. It's going to take numerous units being modified to get there in the overall scope. You can't do that in what they call phase construction, where you say, okay, we're going to build these units first, and then we're going to build these other units later, and then we're going to build the other units in another time. And then collectively, all of this is supposed to be what we want to make. It's just a big bite of money. It's going to take us some time. We need to build it first and get a little bit of generation from here to build the other one, a little bit more to build the other one, but they're all one project. You can actually do that. They call that a phase project. Sometimes in the States, they will actually put a marker and say, you know, this is phase 1. It's going to kick off in January. This is phase 2. It's going to kick off in February of the following year. And this is phase 3, and it's going to kick off 2.5 years later. But it's all part of the same project. And so you can't do that. That capability is there. And that's different from taking each phase and saying these are all 3 separate projects. And so there are longer term outlines that somebody can follow if they need to do that, depending on the magnitude of the construction and things like that. The only thing I would be careful with is to make sure that they're all part of the same project. And what the EPA looks like is what we basically here has is successive modifications that were dependent on the previous one. That's one of the markers of the phase plan. You can't do 2 without 3. You can't do 1, without doing 2.
After you have a single project, at 3 phases. You start construction within 18 months of the first phase. That doesn't require you, that allows the clock to start then. And you're not held to some 18 months.
Right. But that gets built in upfront. So it's recognized. These are different distinct stuff.
What about if there is a funding issue or demand issue?
Well, you're probably not going to like my answer, but from the regulatory standpoint, they are just looking at what did you originally request. And we are giving you the authorization to do this. Whether the company wants to proceed with those authorizations or whether it's economically viable for them to continue or shut the whole thing down, that's really on the company side. I have not seen state agencies try to get that deep. And I don't think most companies would want that EPA and state agencies looking over their shoulder to that degree either. That's a good question. Let me answer it this way, just based on personal experience. I have seen a number of times where a company has authorized a piece of equipment, they got their permits and they never built it. I have seen scenarios where companies authorize a piece of equipment, they operate it for 9 months and say, this product sells with the junk, we're going to shut it down, we're not going to use it anymore. Once you have a permit and you built it, you follow your timelines, it's yours. The thing to be careful there is that since it's an operational unit, it can potentially restart at any time. You still have emissions inventory fees that you need to pay. And you need to keep it active in your emissions inventory and your permits. Where it potentially gets complex from the EPA standpoint is if you have a unit that is shut down for more than 2 years. That gets back into what they call a restart. And the EPA, if they find out, and this is where communication, I'm not gonna tell you what level of communication they have, I'm just giving you experience. If it's been shut down with more than 2 years, the EPA actually has a memo out there called the presumption of shutdown. And anything more than 2 years is supposedly gonna be permanent. So if a company shuts something down and their product comes back and now they want to start it up 6 years later, they would most likely be requested to come in and reauthorize it all over again. There's what they call a rebuttal clause in that policy, where if a company can come back and show, yes, we did shut it down, but it really wasn't intended to be permanent, not like the memo says. And you can do that by saying, you know, we maintain the unit, we didn't let weeds and grass grow up into it. We may have to replace seals and stuff like that for pumps, but they would have by now, you know, but we didn't cannibalize and pull boilers and heaters out of it someplace else. As soon as you start pulling things out of it to use it someplace else, the EPA is gonna say, no, that shutdown wasn't, you want it back now. I mean, you got shutdown remorse, if you will, but that doesn't mean that you can just go back and after you cannibalize it, restart it again. They're probably gonna come back and say you need to remove it. Does that help? So if a project is defined at one project, you can manage timelines like we were talking about. Each phase can have a different commencement of construction. Each phase can have different authorized emissions, you know, so you have 2 boilers to do part of it. And then you come back and you add another 2 boilers later to do another part of it. It's all part of the permit, but when you do that construction, that kind of gets you out of the 18-month timeframe of losing authorization if it takes you that much longer than this. Here's the thing that I don't know if anybody's been caught by this yet. It's always something that regulatory agencies, if you have something that is 5 years behind and you got different phases, and one of your phases starts after a non-attainment change. And that's real time because we recently went with that. So what if you had 3 phases? You built 2 of them when we were serious ozone non-attainment, and the other one isn't due for another year and a half, but now we're severe ozone non-attainment. You haven't started construction on that yet. The EPA and the state regulators kind of give themselves the ability to go back and say, you know, we might want to reevaluate the pieces of that you haven't done yet. Because the environmental situation around your plant has changed. And so when you have a long-term phase project over many years, keep that in mind. And so they may want to go back and kind of re-up and reconfirm that now that the status has changed, that when you're building this, you're still going to be protective of the public and protective of the NACs or whatnot.
But you didn't.
They could, because remember, when you're looking at major NSR, it's keyed on commencement of construction. And so to an extent, if you got different phases and you're building at different times, and they're not gonna come back and hit you with the 18-month time frame. If you're 2 or 3 years removed and now you wanna go back and do that, the status change, they may come back and say, you know, enough time has happened. It deserves a reevaluation because it's not the same scenario and not the same conditions you had when you got this permit 3.5, 4 years ago.
If you just say it's continuous construction, not call it phase, as long as you don't have 18-month lag.
You absolutely need to do that, yes.
That would be weird.
That would have been that. So this is kind of a unique scenario and a limited scenario. It's kind of a unique and limited scenario, but I wanted to make you aware of it. Now, well, you got 3 guys in a shovel, go do something. Don't laugh. It is what it is.
The commercial question, so if you did an application for, say, once you get the approval, try to understand in between process management and reviewing,
But
You go back and say, okay, we're just gonna repeat.
oh, if you get phase 1, 2, and 3 approved, and you're only gonna do phase 1, yeah, I mean, that's gonna be up to you. Here's the thing to keep in mind with that though, and again, experience showing through. You still have PTEs on your permit that have all of these emission rates. Anytime you do a project in the future, they're gonna look back at this project and say, this project authorized all of these increases in emissions. That is gonna be a huge positive in your netting window, should another project ever trigger netting. They're gonna go back and say, this project has a baseline actual, the PTE of this. That is the plus in your netting window that you have to include in your calculation. Now, if you have 90 tons authorized and you only build 30 and you're never gonna use the other 2, in order to try to avoid future entanglements from emissions that really aren't there, keep in mind the state and the regulatory agency doesn't know they're not there. They authorize you to do that. The presumption is you're gonna build and you're gonna operate up to that level. If you're never gonna do that, my polite recommendation is alter your permit and pull that stuff out. Get rid of those PTEs and go back and say, phase 1 is our project and this is what we have. And then they could take those other things off. So it may not help that project immediately at that point in time, but it could have future effects on whatever happens, because eventually you're gonna be forced to account for those emissions, whether they happen or not. Because they could. There's a lot of things that could happen, but the EPA wants to be, and state agencies want to be sure they're protective of the public and the environment. That's the reason these agencies exist to begin with. Be careful. Be careful. If you have a future project that's going to rely on the tie-ins and stuff from another source,
I'm gonna call that story.
okay, start construction.
I don't want,
I
I don't wanna call that.
right,
We may
but
or may not in that future. Have it defined or advantageous.
no, I understand that, but just keep in mind that I'm not gonna predict what an agency would do there, but I have seen agencies say, if you're putting all of these tie-ins, are you beginning construction already for your next project? That's the question. And unfortunately, more often than not, I have seen the answer to that question default as yes. You put those tie-ins, you've actually begun construction for you. Yes, yeah, be careful with that. That's what happened, because they really don't know how to take that from the process. Talk to your regulatory agency. Yeah.
May or may not decide that this time is completely funded, not funded under this.
Yeah, it trust a lot that the regulators see it the same way. It's kind of quicksand. It's kind of great.
You can invite them,
Yeah, but it's the intent. You're putting this in there to prepare for that other thing. That's what they're looking at. I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you no, but be very careful with that, because I have seen that conversation go bad. Application of funding, financial ties, that kind of gets back to what we were talking about earlier about press releases and stuff like that. If your application funding says we're gonna, this project is to build all of this and build all of that, that's part of this project, and then you come to the state and say, you know, we're gonna build this, and that's one project, or we're gonna build that, and it's another project. They're separate projects, they have nothing to do with each other, but yet they're pulling off the same financial stream. That's gonna be a very fun discussion for somebody to have. Maybe not in HSE necessarily, but somebody in your plan management cycle somewhere along the line. All they're gonna have to explain that. And they actually go back into, they go up to the holding company. So who is authorizing the money? Financial dependencies between projects. We're not gonna do 2 if we can't do 1. Do 1. Without 2, then 1 is worthless. That's a direct financial binder. And it's rare, but I have actually seen regulatory agencies go back and research construction projects and stuff like that to get the financial outlay of what are they telling their construction companies? We're telling the state this, but they're telling the construction company that. Anytime you start having deviations in there, that should automatically. Not that there's necessarily gonna be something wrong with it, but it gives a bad indication up front. And if you can't explain why it's happening, you probably don't. And then we'll look at, here we go, you can tell them not reading the slides. So, they do look at economically, viability, can they stand alone? Are they dependent on each other? The other thing that we see in Texas since the invention, creation of the MSS, maintenance, startup, and shutdown, you have to schedule one because you can't do both of them at the same time. You need, that's another link where potentially that could be pulled. That's what it is. So I have a couple of examples to help a little bit more precise. But then we got the unit company site has olefin 1 and olefin 2, and they got polymer. The two olefin units are operating parallel but independently of each other. Olefin 1 sends all of its product to an offsite plant. Olefin 2 is going to ship part of its material over to polymer 2. So they want to increase production at olefin 1, which all goes offsite. And they want to increase production at polymer 2, but they're going to do that through an offsite purchase. Olefin 2 is already sending everything to it in camp. So do you put these two projects together or not? If the regulatory agency comes back and says, you need to put all of these emissions together for an evaluation, is that a fair, is that a fair call? And so just because they're occurring at the same time, kind of what we were saying before, doesn't necessarily mean they should be aggregated into one project. The project specifics and the reason for being are key here. And I can't stress how important that is from that point moving forward. Project 1 was to increase olefin 1 production. You can show it's going 100% offsite. It is going to continue going 100% offsite. You got the records to support that. Project 2 is going to increase because it's going to be purchasing additional olefin from offsite. It's not going to pull any additional olefin from olefin 2. It's probably already maxed out. You're not going to get anything different. Does that necessarily mean that both of those projects should be combined if they're happening, within 18 months to 2 years of each other? What is the reason for the project to be? What's their dependency and relationship upon each other? It's that kind of thing. So it's kind of a third level of 3-dimension chess to think about, but these could be very important advanced topics if you get into that. You don't always have to combine everything. In the old days before these memos, that wasn't always the case. But now you have some ability to look at it, to analyze. I don't like the word pushback, but you can have an educated discussion with your regulator if something has come up, and now you have a defensible to take with each other, with your HSC staff. If you are the HSC manager, to listen to what your folks are telling you, does that make sense or not? And then, if necessary, hire up some communications with either their state agency or the. Okay, so that's the end of the source aggregation project aggregation. So hopefully that was helpful. If you got any questions, let me know. If you want to reach back out to me afterwards, a couple of weeks from now, Johnny, blah, 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 I'll be glad to talk. Okay, so now we're going to move to the next module, which is a resource review. And we're going to be approaching minor NSR review from a different aspect. Every one of you deals with a minor NSR type area. How many of you have different operations in different states? And they all do something different that just drives you absolutely nuts. I've got a couple of hands up there. This is not going to make you feel better, but it may make you understand why you're frustrated to begin with. So sometimes getting out where it is part of it. Because all states have a minor NSR program as a requirement by the US EPA. The US EPA, PSD non-attainment, that's their NSR programs. They're what they call major source programs. They're PSD and non-attainment. And they're specifically designed to prevent an area from going non-attainment, in other words, maintain the NAAQS. or take an area that is currently non-attainment and make its air healthier, so they're attainment. So it's all about maximum public protection. And so that's the reason you see a lot of programs will go back and they will look at what are your PSD major source thresholds for whether PSD or non-attainment. That's the reason that is a big hurdle, one of the first things you want to know up front. Everything else below that, the Federal Clean Air Act says you still have to maintain the max. You still have to do this, but it doesn't rise up to the federal level of being major NSR. They call that minor NSR. And that is a requirement. They said all states have to have a minor NSR program to ensure that the max is being protected. In other words, you need to look out for it, because if you're not paying attention before you know it, you're triggering PSD and non-attainment. And the whole idea is to keep the areas to keep the air in areas that have healthy and safe air, healthy and safe. In other words, below the max. And so when you get into the federal and state requirements and capabilities, that's kind of where the EPA drew the line, because the legislation said that controlling minor NSR activities is going to be in the domain of the state. And so each state has set up its own minor NSR program, otherwise state program. So you got to be careful when somebody says minor NSR. You could be a small project at a major source, or you could be truly a minor NSR. So minor NSR kind of has dual usage. It's the type of project you may be doing, but it's also the type of program you're working with. So in this context, think that minor NSR is your state program. So you're avoiding PSD non-attainable entanglements. You're just dealing with your state. And so that's the reason every state has a different program, and every one of them approaches it slightly different. Some of them are very rigorous. Others basically say, you know what, if you don't trigger PSD, our minor NSR program is, if you're not above those levels, then you may not need to do very much with us, because we're really only concerned because the EPA says we have to be concerned until something becomes major. And so there are some state programs out there that go to very high levels of details. And there's other state programs that's just like, well, just prove to us you're not a major NSR. And it's not like, okay, there's nothing to do here, but the requirements and the rigor is a lot less robust and a lot less intrusive than some of the others. And part of those differences are going to be on industry concentration, population concentration. There's a lot of reasons some states have much more rigorous NSR programs than others, but that kind of is what underlies a lot of them. So they all of them have a minor NSR requirement. Almost all of them have a case-by-case permit criteria of some sort. Many have options for smaller facilities. Not everybody's going to make you go through a full-blown case-by-case. For example, in Texas, we have de minimis, we have permit by rules, we have standard permits. Yes, they are not NSR permits per se, that would be a case-by-case, but they're part of the NSR permitting program, the state permitting program. Other states, if they don't have something like this, they'll have something similar. Some states have a 5-ton or a 10-ton cutoff, where if you're below this, you don't even need to talk to them. That is within the purview of that state. So when you're dealing with minor NSR and you're cleared EPA entanglements through PSD non-attainment through their NSR, take a good look at what the state you're operating in and see what their minor NSR program looks like. There may be some capabilities in there that you can really use that'll help move things along, that'll help understand how you're going to authorize different things. But generally, it's kind of a pyramid approach. Just keep this in mind. This is pretty much true for all state agencies. As your emissions go up, your obligations and what you have to do and what you have to report are going to go up. That just makes sense, right? The more you have, the closer they're probably going to take a look at. So that's when you get out of these de minimis 5 tons or PBR into doing NSR permits and eventually, full blown. A lot of NSR permit programs, again, they're here to protect the max. Some of them will actually have what they call a state max. Texas does, New Mexico does. There's a number of states that say, even though you don't trigger PSD and non-attainment, I'm going to make you show that you're still protecting the max amount. Keep in mind, though, how a state shows protection of the max may be different than what the EPA would require you you to do had triggered, PSP. EPA reviews is generally a lot more rigorous. The states have the ability to kind of look at different pieces differently. They include some things and not others. That's within the purview of their state program, as long as they can convince the EPA that they're doing their initial responsibility of maintaining state max. And so even there, you'll have stratification and differences from state to state. Some states have an effect screening level. Other states have a property line standard. Texas has both. We have screening levels in Texas to protect the public from a variety of different kind of hydrocarbons, hazardous materials, hazardous pollutants. We got property line standards, that is truly a standard. So that's a go or no go switch. If you're greater than that, they won't give you the project until you get below the standards. ESOs are not standards, but they're guidelines. And so you can actually exceed an ESO, but the agency is going to ask you what kind of product do you have, what kind of compound, what is the health effect screening level? In other words, when you can start to potentially impact somebody negatively offsite. And it's not just because you reach that screening level that it's going to be immediately a problem. They can look at magnitude, how far above it are you? And they can look at frequency and duration. How far above, how often does it happen? And every time it happens, how long does it happen? All of those can go into an effect screening. So you got a little bit more maneuvering room to make the case that even though I'm above the ESL, it's still going to be protected if there's one. And your modeling staff probably knows a lot more of that than any of us as technical engineers working and trying to get the authorizations. That's where your modeling staff will really come in and help you on the permitting side, is to help go through these things and say, do you comply with the needs? But they also know that if it's a property line standard, if you exceed it, you're done. You need to go back and do something to get home with that. So that's a little bit of a difference between a standard and a screening. Make sense? So it really depends on the state. To do modeling with the PBR. I think they have got to that extent on some certain projects, certain capabilities. I wouldn't categorize that and say all PBRs need to do that. The initial thought of a permit by rule, and the reason they exist, and one of the foundations that the TCEQs used to develop that is if you claim a PBR, it's protected to the public. There are some PBRs that have grown above and beyond what they were originally envisioned in the late 80s and early 90s. And sometimes they do need to go back and do. There are certain PBRs that are required to model because of state regulatory agency. You know, there's a certain type of batch plans and stuff like that, where the state legislature said, even if you claim a PBR on this, we want you to model it and make sure. And so that's usually driven by some other kind of legislative action and a bunch of history of either complaints or problems or what have you. So there are PBRs where you will have to model. And sometimes you're required to by statute. Yeah. And so, but most of them that I've seen and dealt with, if you meet the PBR, you're presumed to be protected. It really doesn't. Well, I didn't talk about that. I'm not aware of them enacting that yet. I can't tell you one of the areas where it gets interesting. This is more central Texas, Texas specific, so I'll apologize. Just trying to help answer some of the folks' questions. Is there is a capability where if you have a PBR in conjunction with authorized facilities, the state may eventually get to come back and pull those PBRs into the NSR permit because the PBR is actually modifying something that was already authorized. And in those scenarios, when they ask you and force you to roll them in, they will go back and do a DACT and particularly an impact analysis on that. Because the general construct of the Texas Clean Air Act is if you get a permit, everything in that permit has been through public notice, DACT, and it's been demonstrated on a case-by-case basis to be publicly protected. When you take something that's a PDR that maybe did not go through that process, and now it's becoming part of the permit, now you have what we call regulatory tension. you have the perception that it's in a permit and it went through all of these gates when it really did not. And so in situations where you're using a PBR to modify otherwise NSR authorized equipment, there, when you do a permit renewal, or if you do an amendment that's big enough to call those to be rolled in, yes, they will definitely go back and take a look at that because of that requirement. But if you have a PBR that's truly a standalone piece of equipment, you have the option of whether you want to roll it into the permit. Outside of that, they call it referencing, where a permit may recognize that these other things are out there, but they're going to remain a PBR, they're going to stay under their own authorizations. And if those PBRs were approved in good faith or claimed in good faith, and they're publicly protected, they're probably not going to worry about it or mess with it. Yeah, unless there's something else driving it. But that's more really that's something where if you're needing a PBR, you're not modifying something else that's otherwise authorized or pulling it into the permit. You can ask why. You can ask why. Because our PBR is supposed to be protected. Agencies kind of on the slippery slope there, because if they go back and say, well, we got all these PBRs that are publicly protected, but if somebody comes in, now we're going to require you to model everything, that kind of threatens the whole concept of why the PBR existed to begin. And so they're not totally shielded on the state side from repercussions of that type. For those of you that don't know, I used to work for, I'm a recovery regulator. I work for the TCEQ. And so some of the experiences I'm telling you is not only what I've done since I've been in the consulting business, but what I did as a regulator, the kind of things that I would see. And there are certain kind of pitfalls that I'm going to try to broadcast to help you keep yourselves out of trouble or to make your life. Many minor NSR programs have public notice. They have to tell the public. It takes different formats in different states, and some states may have more than one kind of format. Used to be publication in the newspaper. You're starting to see that die out a little bit, especially since COVID. People didn't want, potentially infectious piece of paper landing on their front yard or what have you. So they've actually gone to publicly publishing on a website or electronically circulation. There's different recourses for the public that's in an area to respond and comment back to an agency. During the public notices, they can go up to include a hearing, which basically means you can't do anything until we satisfy the public that this is going to be protective of them. There's different kinds of hearing. Just a minute here. You have contested case hearings, so you have notice and comment. So they're both very important. Notice and comment hearings, by the way, is what major NSR, that's your PSP and Nonattainment permitting program. Title 5, if you're unfortunately enough to get the title. Those are all notice and comment hearings, which basically somebody wants a hearing, they have concerns with your site, concerns with what you're doing. They put their concerns in, and they go to an administrative person. The company defends their concerns, and they go into the administrative person. They all know what the concern is. And then the reviewing authority or the reviewing board will say, yes, the company has a point, this is okay, or, the public really has a real concern here, company needing to address that concern. So that's really handled through letters and other things. Contested case hearing is in Texas, and a few other states have this. It's basically like a court of law. And so somebody requests a hearing, it goes to an administrative law judge. They set a date, you get a summons to show up when your hearing is going to be. You have evidence, you present it. The people that are opposing or questioning your permit, they bring their experts, and you basically put on a trial, a point and counterpoint. And then the judge will come back later and render a decision, much like a civil court. And those are usually within the agencies. For example, the TCEQ actually has an office that handles these kinds of situations. And then, of course, if a company doesn't think they were treated fairly or what have you, then they could actually take them to state court. So a hearing isn't quite up to the level of state court, but it's the highest adjudicatory office within the environmental realm until you go into the general court system. And then who knows what's going to happen when you get into the general court system, because you're dealing with people that don't know anything about environmental law in a lot of cases. They're reading rules, they're reading regulations, they're reading evidence, and they're going to make their decision as a statement of fact. And so a lot of companies that receive contested case hearings, if it doesn't go the way they want, they really weigh, do they want to push that to a true state court of theory? Will they get any benefit out of doing that, or will there even be a detriment? You know, state judges have a lot of power if you think about it. But those are generally the kind of different types of hearings you're going to see. I put this up there tentatively, cautiously. Some states have minor NSR programs, have maintenance, startup, and shutdown, or MSS. EPA says every state has MSS. Texas didn't. Years ago, Texas got hammered because the EPA didn't think they were treating startups and shutdown adequately, and so they made Texas get rid of all of that, or most of it, and come up with a program to specifically authorize those. The reason Texas is a little bit different, and you point that out, is if you look at the federal definition, they use SSM, startup, shutdown, and malfunction. State of Texas turned it around and uses MSS, maintenance, startup, and shutdown. There's a very key reason why they did that, because the state of Texas and the Texas legislature says, in order to show public protectiveness of either the acts of the people, we are not going to authorize malfunctions. It is not okay to operate a piece of equipment broken or not doing the way it should. And so that's the reason you see Texas singled out a lot in the news. You look at federal rules and regulations, just listen to some of the chatter. Oh, Texas has got this crazy MSS thing down there. They were resisting it because everybody does it. What's their problem? And I submit to you for your consideration that Texas MSS has a completely different aspect of the federal SS. Just a little nugget. You may never run into it besides here and congratulate it. But if you do, I just want you to know the difference of what that is and why. And there's a very big difference. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had opposite. That's exactly what we say. But one vote.
It can be, depending on the state. The state of Texas does not authorize emergency permission. They actually have a whole regulatory regime to report emergencies and upsets, to document the emissions. They may come back and request you to model, just in case the state gets any complaints from residents or neighbors or somebody like that nearby. If it was associated with the emergency and the upset, a lot of times they said, okay, state, you knew they had a problem. You knew they were flaring or releasing all of this. Are we safe? You're the state agency. You're the environmental agency. Your responsibility is to tell us as citizens whether that company hurt us or not. And so if you think about it and you put yourself on the agency side, I know that may be loath for some of you to do, but if you put yourself on the other side of the table, and if you were in that neighborhood who all of a sudden had this big cloud drift over it and it smelled horrible, then you kind of see why they would want to come back and say, hey, do I need to be worried about that? But those kind of things, upset events and stuff like that is handled under a different regulatory part of the structure than inside. Good question. I'm sorry? Really quick break? Absolutely. Don't want to take like 10, 15 minutes? Sure. I have 9:30, what do you say we meet back here around 9:45? I've got one here. Oh, no, no. So is this? It's very useful. Okay.
I don't know if I get it on or not.
If one company decides influences the other, what to do. So I encourage you to think. Who says something I can't talk? They tell each other. Get a nice person, they get publication. But if site A, site B wants to do it, vice versa, you're starting to look like you're integrating, so can more that integration, the higher the likelihood of something's going to stay.
So we basically see situation here. We have. They gave me a good contract. I'm the engineer director. I have to sign out to get it over.
Even, it's a lot of them. It's a chunk of the time. It's all complicated for. Yeah, the both systems. Okay, we basically can know. Oh, they could keep us maybe by transfer like fire. Yeah. It's a basic now, so it's not fun. You know, 2 years ago, nobody. Yes. I was saying that you need to. This way. It's something like this, you would be there. How do they feel like it's like that? Yeah, no. So, I live in the same world, so that's just the problem. Exactly. And then so that you can. Even like, it's dual level. This way, yeah. This is very. They're really didn't talk to each other. Maybe they can recognize things. So is that saying they're calling in the person? I said, I don't. Oh, my God. Okay, so you have a hard player, but we're here. That's no problem. Like you were saying. Oh. See, that probably wasn't like this. Yeah. And. Yeah. Yeah, I just, you know, I mean. I'm careful. Number one is more. That's why. It's very. This is just. If you have an example. Done something like you can share, just to give us an example. Oh, for. Yeah. And actually later. And we could be for some time. Oh, I've actually got. I got. I have to go. One year. Oh, so I usually got. This one is already all the physics of the beginning. Actually, all of this out. It's all this stuff, but it's still over here. Very. And that's like. It's what it is, you know. What is the storm? What is the slow down? You should answer. You should. You have start the device. Mr. Criminal mechanical engineer, I'm not into it, but I'm getting in the car. So I got different. Should be. I'll put a caveat, so it's not fully, but it is what. Yes, and it does. There's a P, your PD company. I hope that as well. PD on this thing. I get about it now. Don't want to. I don't have, I've not seen.
I was just curious, I was getting paid like that. Like, I'm not an expert, but it's interesting sitting in on this. I was meant to make the others, like I said, do you have like those shareable on the 4C?
They are on the 4C side. Yeah, this is part of something like that. You have to be on the future.
That would be awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Now, some of what I did on the intermediate will actually come up here, so there'll be another chance to get a bite of that apple. Well, when I get to that, since this is an expert level course, I can go two directions. If everybody already knows this, I will skip through it. If people are not sure, because the thing about this is, the way I describe it with middle engineers that are working, it's a perishable. You can get into it, you can hear it, you can work on it, you get out of it for 7 or 8 months. You get back into it again, it's like, how is this working? And so I'm either fortunate or unfortunate enough that this is. So, but yeah, so when I get to that point, I will likely ask if you'll want me to go back to the kind of reading the right and stuff. I think that will go.
Awesome. Yeah, appreciate it.
Because you can actually do 2 or 3 different type of presentations with the same slide. The slides are the same, it's just how much information you impart and what kind of information is detailed in each slide. But yeah, let me know. Is the sign up sheet still like this later on? Has everybody signed it? Thank you, guys. I know this is Friday, it's Good Friday, so I'm trying since we're all here together, I'm trying to give you as much information as I can. That's my problem. In some states, they definitely. But what we're seeing on general, in the EPA, take this the way I did it in the whole way. I think the EPA is being a little bit sneaky. What they're doing is instead of coming up with rules and regulations that they want you to be national, they're coming up with policies and procedures in some of the state minor NSR programs to successfully implement your state requirement of protecting the banks. Here's what we want you to do to verify that you're protecting the banks in the minor NSR. So there are some out there that are starting to come to the conclusion that instead of the EPA, like this big national effort going to public notice and getting hammered, they're going through policies, procedures, and state federal agreements and saying, state, if you want to have an approvable minor NSR program, you have to add this function and then pushing that in space. Some of that is going on. It's a real sort of the EPA. If they really want something to be done on a national basis, and they want to maintain control of it, they do it. Otherwise, they potentially run into the same muddling you were talking about, where every state has a different thing. But it doesn't mean they're not going to try to get the states in line as best as they can. It's kind of like herding cats. And say, all of you states, you need to do all of this for us in order to have a program that is recognized. Declarable. The counter to that is the state has what they call a federal implementation program. It's FIP for short. If the EPA ever decides a state is not doing it acting in good faith, the EPA through their delegation and through professional action, they can actually what they call FIP a state. And that basically means the EPA is coming in and saying, I need to take it over. You're not doing this right. I'm going to do it. And they can fit the whole state program. They can fit Title V. They can fit. So how they fit, they can set the language. And so it'll be interesting to see if the EPA really is doing that, pushing the states across the country. If they get their satisfaction out of it, or whether they're going to come back and start regulating individual states. I don't know where that's going to go, but I've heard a lot of chatter.
Not one. No, me too. I know. Exact same, no, we don't. Yield it our ministers for practice.
They don't have a reformation. So it's states have a lot of them, especially if they're so you got the federal clean air act, which is the one. And then every state like Texas, we have the Texas clean air. And the Texas clean air act says, here's how we're going to do it. The recourse, what ends up happening with the state against these things, and the EPA works to fair them. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is the state countersues and tells the EPA, you can't make us do this. We have this authority under the Texas Clean Air Act. This is the way we're going to do it. And if it's in an area that doesn't really fit fairly into the Federal Clean Air Act, if it's kind of that underlying, the state has to have a program, or it's so they can push back against the EPA and sue them and say, what gives you the ability to make this do this? Because it's not in your.
They still do have that option.
Absolutely, based on that. Matter of fact, it's kind of inside baseball. Probably 12, 14 years ago, the state of Texas, the EPA administrator at the time, EPA Mission 60 hours, had a horrible. They were constantly fighting. There was constantly lawsuits and drugs. It got to the point where that EPA administrator was basically saying, if I can chunk the TCEQ and the state of Texas, Clean Air Act, we would do that. We would just put an EPA office in Austin, and we wouldn't want to. We don't even need that. But a lot of that was bravado and bluffing, because of course he had no authority whatsoever to do any of that. But that's the level of curses between the people. Oh, it was, doing that. It's not the same anymore. It's a lot different. State and federal relationships ebb and flow over. That's what.
Question on that, delegate a state.
Okay.
Delegate a state.
That's a simple.
That's it, it's last.
Simple. I'll get to that. I'll get to that.
Because I'm, when we did it on the big, because I thought, yeah.
That's right. So I covered it.
Okay.
So that's the difference between an expert class and some of the others, where, everybody, it's important to do a PSC on getting the door. But where the third level of three-dimensional chess comes in, is why do you do it? Why is it okay? And what is your authorization to make somebody do or not? And that's where a lot of this is. And what I'm trying to help with that is, here's what we're doing. And sometimes it doesn't make sense, but it's perfectly good use of it, even though you make it wrong. And then other times it doesn't make sense because it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's a big stuff.
I would for that, because I have gained, I'm sure. My contact with you delegated from the spot.
Right, yeah. It won't take everything. It's a really good something. But if you never heard it before, you don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't have moderators or anything in here on this. I've seen various different instances of different presentations. Some of the aspects are, oh, when they want to go get, they don't. Others that they would appreciate going to something. Now we're kind of off the clock for the. My background is, okay, I worked at DCQ, retired on the. I spent all my time. So this is.
I know, because of your statement. Yeah.
And so, when I left the PC after about 20 years, spirit. 7 years now. Please don't do that, you'll figure out what I am. I've got actual years of working. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but sometimes people want to go, but they're going too fast and they're very difficult. What's the background of this? I've done this for a moment. When I was at the PCQ, for the get started, I was the agency's conduit with the agency. So in doing that, I also conversed with my protocol. That's part of the reason I know a lot of the details of different states and doing. I got thrown into the deep end of the pool and I had instantly. But I mean, that's experience that a lot of other people they don't have. I have a different take and a different. It's not my function.
One question. I'm going to. As they shut. Emissions are gonna shut.
I understand, it doesn't think that's gonna be a winning or they are, well, I mean, you can kind of do that. I mean, you can always help the, most regulatory agencies will. I can't guarantee you how to do it. All this I can tell you is that historically, that has been treated with very cautious. Because there are companies out there that will try to do something and say, I am not starting construction. But at the same time, when they're doing that, it's part of that other project. System. And then the state's gonna say, well, what is that other project? And what are all the additions from that?
It's permanent, yeah, all that, obviously, you're.
Yeah, but it's when you get it permanent, when you get it wrong. Because the thing I think a lot of people don't talk about is when you're working with regulatory agencies, that is a lot of the important thing. I can tell you from experience, the regulatory agencies are watched like a hawk by EGOs and various other people that says, are you trying to allow them to start construction without having the construction permit in the room? What's your authorization for doing that? I still can't. But the rules say you have to have state and federal authorizations to the degree they apply before you begin construction. You're not going to start construction without authorization. If you put yourself on that side of it, that can make it hard for the state. I think it's super here. It may be great to you to an NGO, you have crossed a boundary line. If you're that is. You see what I'm saying? I disagree with you, but I'm just saying historically, that is a very slippery slope. I have seen that go to don't do that when you have the project. And then if another project is going to require the shutdown, that's part of it. I'm actually thinking. Because they're more concerned about companies doing all of this stuff, and then they go with the project, and they have a project, and I've seen it. The project is, okay, all of this other stuff over here is already tie-ins are authorized, we're just gonna commit, we're gonna tie in this future. 0, 0, 0, they would include that as your part. So.
Conditions. Can I do that? I can also. 0, 0, 0.
But it's a volunteer instead of one. I'm saying this one.
Not too late, not too late. I'm putting that in.
I understand where you're coming from. I'm just telling you honestly that the state,
Understand what you're saying.
because I see scenarios, it's one.
So what's your?
I see scenarios where you have parallel. One trade is utilized heavily, the other one not. Product demand comes in. So they put a time in the two chain. You got $2, 35 minutes. And that's what they want to do. Well, the problem is by doing that is a physical change. You have not bottlenecked both of those because that is what they're looking at. That is what they're looking at.
That is something.
And we have never looked at the historical only. In fact, companies that say, my project is 32 meters per month. They have bottlenecked and make it something.
No, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Have to look at that.
Absolutely.
I agree with you there.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
just because the advice is wrong.
That would be my advice. It did let them determine the instructions and the procedures they have now. Even though they've gone 7 years, it's actually makes some changes, it's noticeable changes. So the thing is that when you're coming out of an agency and going there, I try very, very hard to say, well, this is what we want. Because that's now almost been a decade. You know, so I try not, I have my own thoughts. But that's like where they go. I would never tell somebody to take actionable items off. Without checking with the authorities, they ultimately are the gay or the.
I'm just thinking with the policies also.
I mean, so we know.
This is all completely, we were.
No, I'm just trying to get what she's.
No, I just want to have an understanding. You know,
I mean,
it seems counterintuitive to get involved.
Well, folks,
It already has its own minor.
no, but you gotta remember this, you know, it's not even. Put that in there and you try it here, it's not even involved with this whole thing. And then you come to with the other projects, and say, there's nothing to do.
That part I get.
Yeah, all right,
I
but-
understand. Now, one thing is, talking about don't fly and I'm done. So that in the future. Whether or not it's funded,
Let's sure.
that seems really.
The only solicited is my side, didn't hear me, is if you were doing that in the state. You can go to town and. You could try, well, what if you took a permit condition that says, I'm not going to expect this, anything until the other comes in. Now I'm going to pee during the. You can't, because the PBR doesn't have to be.
Exactly what you said. Those are complex.
Oh, okay.
There might be one even. But we would talk.
Yes. Probably not. I usually. There's so many other things. There's more suspicion of doing it than possibly. All right, guys, we're actually in the test, and I want to make sure that we get through all of this. And then if possible, get you out of here before noon on a good Friday. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick it up and get started for today. The other thing about minor NSR permitting programs to think about is there's actually two kinds of minor NSR programs from the federal to state relationship. And a lot of you may or may not know this because this is inside baseball and it's hidden, but it's how these programs actually function, which is why it's part of the expert knowledge. You have two different kinds of agreements with the EPA. And they can be very important to how your regulatory agency, your minor NSR program approaches them. You have delegated states and then SIP approved states. Here's the difference. A delegated state is the EPA has an agreement with the state program to do the reviews. They do the reviews. If they trigger PSD or non-attainment, the state program does the reviews. They ship it, package it all together. They send it to their EPA region. The EPA region has a mirror image group over there. They review everything that the state did, and it's actually the EPA that issues that permit. If it's a PSD or non-attainment. If it's not, they will agree. They will send it back to the state. The state can issue it under their own state authority. But anything that crosses federal lines in a delegated state is EPA territory because they delegated that review function to the state, but they kept management control over it. That's one kind of state. The other kind of state is what they call state implementation plan approved or SIP approved, which Texas and many other states are. In a SIP approved plan, the state makes a demonstration to the EPA of here's how we're going to protect the maps. Here's all the things we're going to do. Here's how we are complying with the Federal Clean Air Act, coupled with our State Clean Air Act to do all of this. In that scenario, if the EPA agrees and SIP approves the state is the issuing authority. The state issues the PSD. The state issues the non-attainment on behalf of the EPA. They're not doing the work and sending it to the EPA. They're actually doing it. And in SIP approved states, the EPA has what they call functional oversight, which means They review the state, the permits that the state issues. They can comment during public notice on the permits that the state issues. And if they have problems with the permit of a state, they can actually send a letter either to the head of the agency or to the governor of the state and say, look, you have a SIP approved program. We don't think you're meeting your SIP approved requirements. Please explain why. And the discussion goes on from that. But the EPA at that point does not tell the state, yes, you can issue this and no, you can't. SIP approved states have a lot of power in the EPA watching. Delegated states, the EPA has all the power and they make the state do it. That's kind of how that comes in. And so whether you're in the SIP approved state or a delegated state, depending on the scenario you run into, can be an important piece, because if the state is a SIP approved state, they say you're going to get your permit or here's what you need, you're working with it. In the delegated state, if they say, well, we think you can get the permit, but there's these issues that a company in the state are having concerns with or items with, the state doesn't have the action and capability of making the determination and going with it. They make a proposal where they send it to the EPA region makes the decision. That's the primarily functional difference between SIP and SIP approved and delegated. So if you're in a state outside of Texas, which is SIP approved, I would highly encourage you to find out what the underpinnings are of your state program. Research their state Clean Air Act, research their NSR program, and then if there are any major NSR entanglements, who has the authority? Can the state make the decisions, or do they have to go to their EPA region? Subchapter D is in relation to, I was not an issue in this.
That applied to Title V.
No, that does not apply to Title V. There is no such thing as a state SIP approved Title V program. The EPA maintains control over Title V across the country. They did not turn that over to the states. NSR can be SIP approved. Title V is purely a function of the EPA, and they control it top to bottom, left and right.
Title V reading. They have to go. But it's an opportunity. They have to go for this.
Yes.
And then the 45 days will be.
Right.
So that every state has.
Every state has to do that.
Even.
And then the EPA gives, either issues a permit or they give a letter to the state that says you can issue this on our behalf. The state does not have the inherent capability of going on their own. They have to get EPA approval or disapproval. They have no control over what they do from the authorization aspect. That is purely in the domain of the states.
Then for the EPA side, they still have to, of the 45 days, they have to go to public hearing.
If a public hearing is requested, I mean, they still go through public notice and stuff.
It's a separate one. State.
Sometimes it is, because some state minor NSR programs say if you do something on a major level, you have to notify the public before. That is up to the state. But when you go through the true Title V public notification, that is EPA required and they monitor the follow.
And I have several Title V right now. They like capture. And doing. Now. That's the reason I asked maybe there's an
So, all Title V's have the EPA review. That's hard baked into the rules. Greenhouse gas. Okay, slight segue here, but the question was, how does greenhouse gas PSD work in the state of Texas? I have a long and sorted, confusing tale to tell you for greenhouse gas in Texas. It's Texas, and I think maybe only one or two other states is a little bit unique. I'm not going to say and weigh in whether it's good or bad. I'm just going to tell you what it is. Back when the whole greenhouse gas scenario was getting started, the Texas legislature, the Texas governor, the county decided they wanted to go part of it. They were not going to get into the business of global warming control. They were here to protect against the max, to protect people against the ills and the effects of different materials. What the state of Texas did is that the state of Texas intentionally, through rule, excluded greenhouse gas from being a pollutant in the state. So the state of Texas does not look at it. CO2E is not a contaminant of concern. It is not a regulated pollutant in the state of Texas. Now, the EPA initially said, well, in that case, for PSD, we are going to do it from the national level, and we're going to force everybody to do a PSD evaluation. And the EPA got sued. And the result of the lawsuit was kind of a split decision that really satisfied nobody. The court came back and said, EPA, you cannot do this for greenhouse gas because it's not a criteria pollutant. It doesn't have a max. It has a globalized effect, not a local health effect. And so you don't have the ability to force companies to. But where they split the hair is they said, but you may have a concern on the global warming. And if you trigger PSD for another pollutant, they need to evaluate whether you trigger for PSD or not. So you can't trigger PSD on a project by itself. But if you modify and trigger PSD for another criteria pollutant, they said you could go back and do a separate evaluation for greenhouse gas, CO2E, and then you can get a PSD permit from your regulatory. So in the state of Texas, the only time you will see a greenhouse gas PSD permit is because you've got the triggering authorities after you trigger PSD for something else. So a lot of times PSD will ride along with it for major modifications. You're not going to see that for resources, new major sources in the state of Texas, because the court says you can't be PSD alone for GHG. You have to get there through another bucket.
That GHG is still on that second group, and you have to go through the EPA top down. You know,
No, it's because in general, if you have a SIP approved NSR program, the PSD is being issued through the NSR program, and I haven't seen them push back to that.
so the greenhouse gas is
The Texas authorization program is SIP approved, and Texas is allowed to issue PSD permit through that SIP approval. If that PSD permit happens to be greenhouse gas, and they call it a requirement for the support decision, the connotation and so far the functional operational is that the state issues those permits. And then if the EPA doesn't like it, since Texas is SIP approved, they comment on the public notice if they don't like it. Which has happened before. The state of Texas has actually got contested case hearings from the EPA. That makes it interesting when you got one regulatory agency complaining and fighting with another. It's rare, but it does happen. That helps. And if you're not sure, go back and look at the Texas rules. Look at chapter 116, look at chapter 101. 30 TAC 116 to 30 TAC 101. They got the definitions in there about a regulated pollutant is, what an NSR pollutant is, what is subject to regulation and authorizing, and what is not. And it's buried in the language, but I guarantee you. That affects her, that fundamentals we were talking about actually goes into that. Here's another thing to be careful of, synthetic mining. And I know most of you probably know what it is, but we're starting to see it used in slightly different viewpoints. A synthetic miner is just that. It's what would normally be a major source. The equipment is designed and constructed to be a major emitting source, but for the fact that you have an artificial limitation, you have a permit requirement or a permit condition that says you shall not pass this point. Without that, it would be running, it would be up to major source thresholds. Some companies will use this. It's definitely a buyer beware. Because what the EPA says is that if you're a synthetic miner, and then you come back later and say, you know, all I need to do is change this pump rate or increase my emission rates, but I don't have to do a modification to get there. That's an automatic red flag that this was built way above and beyond what it was authorized for. The EPA will come back and say this was always intended to be a major source. Your minor source basically is null and void. You need to come back and you need to get a PSD or nonattainment permit. But you never really, you used it as an escape mechanism. You never really used it with the intent of. Here's the different flip that I've seen on this. And you don't see as much of it as in Texas, but I know we have in Colorado and there's other states, especially after the reclassification of areas from serious to severe ozone. In Texas, we used to be severe ozone non-attainment 5 or 6 plus years ago under the non-revoked 1997 ozone standard. So there are companies that have, if not an institutional knowledge, at least a memory somewhere in their database of having to do the netting and all the other things and what these used to look like. There are other states that were never non-attainment for the 97 standard, but now they're severe ozone non-attainment for the 2008 standard. They're seeing this for the first time. We recently went through a reclassification, effective November 7th, of 2022, where the definition of a major source was reduced from 50 tons to 25 tons. We have certain states, we have clients that are in the 32, 41, that range. They were never in the non-attainment because they were too small. Now all of a sudden they're a major source by 10 or 15 tons and they don't know what to do. I say this cautiously, but I want to let you know what's happening out there in case you see it, and that it's legitimate considering and weighing risks. We have had companies that say, do I have to become a major source, even though I'm authorized potentially at major source level? Or can I take artificial reductions to maintain a minor source, recognizing all the baggage and stuff that goes along with it? Is it beneficial to me to become a synthetic? And so the major modification and any route relaxation, now you have an extremely tight box around that operation. Never ever forget that. You're really in danger if 8 or 9 years ago, somebody says, well, all we have to do is, move this pump restriction and we're off and running, you're going straight into non-attainment most likely. No questions asked. And that's part of the deal of a synthetic money. The other reason that companies are looking at potentially doing this in areas where they've never had before is what's a parallel program with NSR that can be equally as intrusive, if not more, if you're a major source. Title V. So even if you don't do any major NSR actions of your own, if you become a major source because of a reclassification through no fault of your own, you now have 1 year to submit your Title V permit to the state or to the EPA. With all of the deviation reports and all the quote unquote baggage. I mean, that's a nice way. Nice baggage with difference. But with everything that goes and the entrapments that go along with becoming a major Title V source. If you take a federally enforceable limit below major Title V, you remain in the state minor NSR domain. You're not Title V, you're not PSD, you're not non-attainment, you're a minor source. Just be careful, and I'm saying this cautiously, not that Johnny told me. Be very, very careful if you do that you really put a tight noose on it, because anytime you try to uncouple that synthetic minor status, they're gonna come back and say, where's your non-attainment permit? You need to submit us on a That's the kind of the unique aspect of this that we've seen come up. Maybe not applies in Texas as much, but I know other states, this is actively being talked about in some of the circuit.
Understand that that's setting higher always and an upset. Actually,
That's now you're in the other regime that we're talking about. Yeah. I say that for Texas. I'm going to tell you something I probably don't understand all I know, but if you're in a state that the startup shutdown malfunction, be careful with that. You could unintentionally walk into a lab if you don't look at all those. That's what we were talking about here. Relaxation of a permit condition or an increase of emission rate going to be treated as a new major source. It's going to be subject to major NSR, and they're going to treat it as if construction never occurred. That means you're going to have to get offsets, and that means you're going to have to apply LADR. If you constructed it as a BACT facility, and LADR is a lot more stringent than what you have, the regulatory agencies are not going to be sympathetic to that argument. They're going to say you should have always been a major source and had your non-attainment NSR permit from day one. And they will probably try to hammer you, tell you that they won't win. I mean, that has been a concern of the EPA since the whole invention of the concept of a synthetic language. They watch that very, very closely nationwide.
Johnny, in those cases, would it be better being another piece of improvement?
If you can leave that one alone, and you bring in
Yeah.
another one, yeah, you can do that. Now, after that piece of equipment is authorized, if you're above major sources, that piece of equipment may not have triggered, but that combined with this will now make you a major source.
Right.
It'll make you Title V major, you gotta get a Title V permit. And then the next time you come in and you modify either one of those two pieces of equipment or whatever else is on the site, you need to look at major modification criteria and not major source criteria. Yeah. But yeah, it depends on whether you can touch that box or not. Major resource review. Now, here's the part of others where we kind of hit an inflection. This slide deck for major NSR can get detailed, but there's also a lot of basics and mid-level stuff in it. If you're comfortable and you understand the differences between the different type of majors, major modification, major source, that kind of thing, I will go through this pretty rapidly. Just to kind of set the base, because we're going to use that for the follow-on discussion. If I go through it too fast, don't hesitate to stop me and I'll be glad to go and back it up. So since this is an expert level course, I'm presuming a certain level of knowledge from the audience. I don't want to import that on you. And again, I'll be glad to explain anything that we go through. Okay? Because some of this is going to be a little bit basic, but it puts us all on the same page. Major NSR has two categories from the EPA. This is built in the Federal Clean Air Act. PSV, prevention of significant deterioration, is for attainment areas, meant to preserve and maintain the max. Non-attainment NSR is for non-attainment areas, and it's meant to be intentionally rough and intrusive because a company wanting to come in and do a major NSR non-attainment permit is wanting to build in an area that is already out of compliance with the max and is coming in and contributing to an area that by law and by definition is already unhealthy area from the rural permit standpoint. Different type of major PSD levels. You have a named source category that is 100 tons of any regulated pollutant and 250 tons if you are an unnamed or unlisted source. That goes back to the creation of the Federal Clean Air Act back in 1978, 1979, where the EPA drew the line that says major sources over 100 tons and certain industry types we're going to take a closer look at. Others were not as concerned. Looking at it from today's view, may have been subjective, but if you put yourself in the mind, the body, of the scenario that existed back in the late 70s or early 80s, it actually starts to make sense. Believe it. I can't believe I said that, but it does. I've had to do that. The EPA tells you what a named source is. So if you're in this named source category, congratulations, you are a major source of any regulated pollutant at 100 tons. And we'll get into what that means here shortly. Non-attainment, you have the same kind of thing. You have different classifications of ozone non-attainment: marginal, moderate, serious, severe, extreme. As you can see, the further out of compliance you get with the NAAQS, the dirtier the air gets. Of course, corollary to that is the more stringent the requirements become, and the earlier in the review process you start to trigger those requirements. Marginal and moderate both have 100 tons, but the difference is if you trigger non-attainment under either one of those, there is a different amount of offsets that you have to apply. Once you get to serious, it cuts by 50%, severe 50% again. That's what we were just talking about. People getting caught between major 50 and 25. And then you have extreme, that is at 10. Extreme is extremely rare. There's only 2 or 3 extreme areas in the country right now. And they are usually very, very high population centers with a lot of NOx and a lot of VOC. Some industry rely on others not, i.e. traffic and other things. And these are also areas that happen to sit in an environmental or ecological, I guess, atmospheric bowl where emissions don't always move in and out, and they have the ability to sit there and cook in sunlight. Since ozone is primarily a precursor-driven VOC NOx reaction kinetics. I know the word kinetics, but how that actually will happen is above and beyond my pay grade or numbers. But that's kind of how that works for the different areas of major sources. You have the same thing with major modifications. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
No question on the, severe and extreme. So now that we know, we were bumping up on serious to severe, not because of we have They avoid because we didn't make it in time.
Right.
So
And the
next
EPA
time,
can say that portion of quality, so don't let that, don't let that thought say, well, we don't have worse air quality. Legally, federally, you do,
but it's because we didn't make the attainment.
it's because you didn't make the attainment.
So what's the next time, you know, from severe to extreme, how far away are we? You know,
And that's why I love these advanced classes. We're getting your fun stuff now. I'm actually going to get into that a little bit more, so this is a little bit before. But when they got bumped up to severe, they had a new attainment.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what those are in that part of the slide. When I'm talking. Now you have to make that new attainment. If you do not make that new attainment date, that means things are bad enough to where they can move in a couple of different. And this is going to be a communication between the state and the EPA. One of them is you could go to extreme. An extreme is you're a major source at 10 tons. Any amount of increase is a major modification. It's a zero threshold. And so you come in, you want to add one valve, congratulations, you are now a major modification. You have to do the evaluation, you have to give us LE, you have to give offsets. And a 1.5 to 1 ratio, you think about VOC or NOx, it's normally been running between 175 and upper numbers almost north of $200,000 a ton. A few tons here, a few tons there, before you know it, you're talking about money. It's going to be a junk piece to go. It can be very expensive. The other possibility, and the state is required to do this, and Texas is doing it right now in two different facets. But the other option is section 185. Section 185 is another section of the Federal Clean Air Act that says if you don't go to extreme, the state is required to go back through their emissions inventories and set a baseline actual emission rate as it existed at the time of that bump up date. And then if a company ever wants to exceed that, they have to pay so many thousands of dollars per ton for the right to get up to that. So there's an extra fee, and it's not an insignificant one, that gets attached on that. Regardless of whether you got up to your authorized allowables or not, the atmosphere and the monitors are seeing actual emissions. And if you want to go above that, it's going to cost you. And so that's section 185. So you can look at the Federal Clean Air Act, section 185, and actually gives the basic framework of what a state has to do. And so if we do not make attainment by the severe ozone non-attainment date, the only recourse is to implement section 185 or no issue. I bet you just off of past discussions, companies would probably rather do the 185 than the extreme.
if we were in the extreme regime, would there also be another attainment date? Or there's no?
No, it's just basically they're just gonna tighten you down so much to where realistically you don't want to do it. So you don't make it worse. So you don't make it worse. Yeah, thing to keep in mind about major NSR, this is a backstop. It means if you didn't have a major NSR program in a non-attained area, you would hit production in a project prohibition. In other words, you're in an area that doesn't have clean air. Why in the world would they allow you to contribute to that if it's already a threat to public health? What NSR does is it allows you to do in a more restricted fashion. It still gives you the ability to do something. It's going to be more expensive. There's going to be a lot more behind it, but you're not in a prohibition zero level. What a lot of people don't realize is that's the reason you have SIP rules. It's actually the SIP rules that get an area back into compliance, not non-attainment. Non-attainment is just a small subset of that, so you don't have the construction and modification prohibition. In the state of Texas, we have two ozone SIP rules. We have the chapter 115 for VOC and 117 for NOx. The state will be obligated and required to go into those two rules and put on more stringent, severe control requirements than the area would actually have to do now. That is where they get the big bang for the buck. NSR is a modification rule. You don't trigger it unless you do a modification above certain levels. SIP rule is a blanket. Here's your new level. Everybody has to meet this, and you're going to be given a time to comply, whether you're modifying or not. And that's where they get wholesale reductions over a big area to change that trajectory and to get a non-attainment area back into it. That's actually what not what non-attainment is not designed to do. It's just a way you can do something in the area that's already out of compliance. If it wasn't for this program, if you ever were in an area that got designated non-attainment, you'd be frozen. That's it. You couldn't do anything. You can only reduce emissions. You can never increase or construct or build. That is the difference between so and a lot of people don't. If I told you something you already know, my apologies, but a lot of people don't always get these interrelationships of these different programs and how these things couple together. And so, yeah, something will happen. They will definitely increase the setting. But if you want to expand in an area that is not complying, it necessarily, by design, becomes harder and more. You really, once you go extreme or you go into section 185, that's why your strategic analysis people are going to get the big bucks. They really need to decide, do we want to build this in a ozone non-attainment area that is not even able to meet severe requirements? Kind of above and beyond. I hope we don't get there. Because neither outcome is really. Major modification, same thing. Once you have a major source, major modification of an existing major source. These are hardwired into the federal rules. They range from 100 down to 0.6 for lead. These are all materials that have a max. There's also non-criteria pollutants, which are pollutants of interest. They also have, you can trigger PSD for these as well. H2S, TRS, sulfuric acid mist, fluoride excluding HF, and that's where your GHGs come in. So we were talking about that earlier. Can you trigger PSD for GHG? You can under the major modification criteria if you trigger PSD for something else. Don't be too concerned about the 0 tons per year, any other regulated pollutant. We don't see that very much anymore. At the time they developed it, most of those were highly reactive refrigerants under the Montreal Protocol. Like I said, it's been eliminated many years ago. But they had a time when you could still legally produce and do some of those things. Different R refrigerants were so offensive to the atmosphere as far as ozone creation, they just decided eventually we're just not going to do this at all. And in that transition, any increase would have gone straight into police.
Question on the table.
Yes.
So the net emission increase, so that means any of the H2S, TRS, fluoride will lead to the PGE or baseline emission.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Question 2.
Yes.
I am seeing some other states not do the fluoride excluding HF. I know Texas that fluoride excluding HF, but I read the Louisiana rule, it's the total fluoride.
That's only because that's the way the regulatory program is set up. That's where you start to see the stratification.
So the EPA is excluding, the Clean Air Act, but
Yes, federally they exclude HF from the definition of fluoride. Do you know why? Folks, question. It's because fluoride is otherwise controlled as a HAP. The EPA is going to control and regulate fluoride through Part 64. Yes.
HF. Fluoride other than HF have to be looked this.
Right, because HF is specifically have other forms of fluorides may or may not be. They don't want to let those go because there could still be an issue there. So they're going to pick that up under the PSD major modification criteria. So some states would say, okay, that makes sense. We would exclude HF. Other states never put that in their rule. So that's where you see some of the differences from state to state. So be careful with that. Don't automatically assume that Johnny had a slide in Texas that said excluding HF, and that's automatically everywhere. Be careful. And the same thing with ozone major modification levels. It start out marginal, moderate at 40, and as you can see, the further out of compliance you get, the easier it is to enter the program. And that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier. For extreme, any increase, one molecule, you're going to take it. They literally write it that far because the area is so far out of compliance with what's supposed to be happening. Any questions on that? Was that helpful? I didn't mean to go into a lot of detail, but the had some good questions. Hopefully it makes a little sense. Accommodated emissions is another capability. The people call this demand growth exclusion. It goes by a couple of different proposals. The concept was introduced in the 2002 NSR reform rule. It basically says you can exclude emissions from a major NSR evaluation that could have been accommodated from your project emissions increase. So if you can accommodate those emissions, if that was in your original demand growth exclusion, you do not have to include those in your modification evaluation. So what does that mean? I can tell you from experience on both sides that between 2002 and 2010, there was a huge no man's land, because outside of this being in some of the federal rules and requirements, they did not explain how it was going to be used. Companies decided to go out on their own, and they literally got slammed by the EPA and saying, that's not what we thought. And they had big fines and penalties for modifying a major source without authorization. You do not want to get a federal major modification. Compared to state modifications and state penalties, the EPA carries a much bigger stick. Consent decrees, their fines are much higher. Their enforcement people do not have as good. So nothing really happened with this until March 18th, 22. This was out of EPA Region 4. They were either brave enough or stupid enough, depending on how you think it, to actually put something in writing and say, okay, we're going to try to clarify what this concept means. They said it allows the highest demonstrated average monthly operating level, and that's underlined for a reason, during the baseline period. It does not accept that you can accommodate the highest amount you can legally admit. So accommodation and the ability to accommodate is based on production, not on emissions. It was not the intent that they maximize emissions. That would be counteractive to why you have a PSD and nonattainment program again. But they wanted to recognize there are some things that may or may not always fit neatly into the modification box. And then also accommodated emissions must be unrelated to the project. You cannot accommodate your project. Your project is above and beyond what you ever had historically done or shown. They went across and did something like this. And I can give you 8 pages of text. Let's just try to picture out. That's okay. So basically, you have a project that was in your baseline window. You identify your baseline window. And then according to the EPA, you can look at your unit. You can say, okay, what is my highest 30 consecutive days? Even though that may be higher than my 2-year baseline average, that shows I can actually get up and get that. I don't need the modification I'm doing today to get up to that level, but I have enough of that level. It is somewhat controversial that EPA Region 4 said maintaining that for 30 days is indicative. You can do it all the time. That has been challenged. People don't like it, but none of the challenges or what have you have ever resulted in any action that I know of, nor were they significant enough to cause the EPA to withdraw this bill. So a quick example of how this works. So let's say you have a site with 2 heaters. One heater is your primary and the other one's the backup. They both support your production unit, whatever it is. It was not the EPA's thinking that you could pick one 30-day period for one heater in the baseline period, and then another 30-day period for the other heater within that same heater, and say you accommodated the maximum production rate of both. Because the unit doesn't need both of those at the same time. You did that by turning one down and turning the other one up and vice versa. The EPA was savvy enough to catch that. And so that's part of the reason they go back to what does the unit need, not what can the heaters actually produce as far as. And so there is a correction you can make to the baseline. The baseline is actual emissions, and then you can correct it by the actual operations. That translates into emissions of how much emissions you need to accommodate that different production. And you can accommodate that. But the thought wasn't that you go back and you maximize all your emission rates. Otherwise, what happens, your PTE becomes your de facto allowable, and that's not an all. So the unit doesn't need both heaters operating at the same time, and maximize emissions was not the intent of the ability to accommodate. But if you have enough information, if you could go back and look at your units and you got your production rates and you can defend it, this is a possibility. It's say, set my project aside over here. I could have done this and I have done this and I've maintained it for 30 days. I meet this criteria. I would like to exclude this from my baseline actual emission increases because I could have done it. It basically kind of resets your baseline. Major NSR other prevention of significant deterioration requirements. This is something a lot of people don't think about. A lot of people think about if I trigger PSD, I do BACT, and I need to do NACS. There's actually more behind the scenes. So regulatory agencies will definitely dig you on this if you don't put it into your analysis. And these are again required by the federal rules. Increment analysis is one of them that goes along with it. You have a pollutant as an increment. Secondary PM 2.5 and ozone impacts. That's basically trying to catch up with precursors. Additional impact analysis in a federal class 1 area. I know. Take just a second to go over these. PSD increments were designed to keep a clean area clean. It's a comparison of the project you want to do compared to kind of the health that's in the area right now. The EPA actually put increments in their rules. They set aside a maximum concentration that you are not allowed to go above. Otherwise, you're going to be considered to be causing or contributing to a potential area. So that's what increments are designed. And this is purely a modeling function. Your NSR reviewer, outside the fact that he knows you have to do it, he's going to turn you over to the modeling staff. And they will go through a lot of showing whether your project creates or consumes increment. In theory, if you run out of increment, you can't do the project because then you're going to potentially show harm, and that you're going to be affecting the status of the area. Secondary PM 2.5 and ozone impacts. The EPA is trying to currently address it by this procedure. Is development of modeled emission rates or precursors. They call them MERPs. They went back all around the country and picked different, usually big metropolitan areas and the like. And they tried to figure out chemically, when you have so much PM 2. When you have so much precursor for ozone, it's a NOx and VOC. For PM 2.5 right now, it's SO2 and NOx. That may change. We'll get to that a little bit later. That it does kind of an atmospheric chemical reaction analysis for you at a very, very base level, and you add that to your analysis to see if you're exceeding a SIL or the NACS. You would combine those to determine whether a SIL is exceeded. Right now, the way the EPA has it set up is you find the VERP that's best for your area. There's a bunch of them. You can make a demonstration and a suggestion that these VERPs are more applicable to my area and atmospherics than these others. They will agree, yes, you can use this. And then it's the ton per year precursor you're emitting over the VERP value. And then if you got multiple pollutants, then they can go back and actually do one for each one of the pollutants. And if you're less than one, then the atmospheric reaction, the precursors are considered not to have significantly contributed to your NOx analysis. From that point, then you move forward. For ozone, it's precursor driven. The thing to keep in mind, it's going to be a little bit more complex for PM 2.5, because not only do you have PM 2.5 that is a precursor formed with a chemical reaction in the atmosphere, you also have what they call direct emissions. You're either emitting it as a particulate or as a condensate. And so those numbers do have to get added to that. There are people that try to do the MERP analysis and say, this is my atmospheric reaction contribution, and that's all they support. They don't report any of the other things. Yeah, you're going to get dinged on that thing. If the project exceeds the SIL, there's some things you might be able to do for ozone. You might be able to make an argument that the MERP predicted area that you're using really isn't as indicative as you would think it was to atmospheric chemical creation and formation. Otherwise, for PM 2.5, you may end up having to go into a full-blown NACS analysis. And then one of the other options is if you don't like the MERPs for your particular area, you can actually do your own photochemical modeling with guidance by your state. And again, most of this is going to be modeling side, but I just want to let you know that these are analyses that are required and what some of the people in your group may be doing, whether you know it or not. Additional impact analysis is another thing that the EPA specifically requires. It's growth, soils and vegetation, and visibility. Growth is basically the applicant needs to go back and show what's around your plant. If you build this big brand new unit, are you gonna cause all of this additional traffic? Are you gonna be bringing in a lot of light? Are you gonna, cause new neighborhoods and stuff to sprout out? Does the area basically have the potential to support the project you're wanting to do? That is actually one part of the analysis. And if you know the growth, try to predict how much growth is likely to occur, size of the available workforces, stuff like that. I'm just gonna go into this right quick. I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it because there's been a lot of other discussions along this, but now that we're getting into the environmental justice issues, the lawyers and stuff will say that EJ people, if they want to file a Title VI complaint, will use this section of the federal rules and say the company did not adequately describe how growth is going to affect my neighborhood if I am overburdened or disadvantaged or an EJ community. Prior to that, it was a different level of analysis as far as how it was received. But companies, just be aware of this. I'm not saying you're in the Title VI area, EJ area, but just keep in mind that they are looking at this kind of stuff, whether you know they're doing it or not. And so just take cognizance of it so you don't get hit out of left field. This is an entry point for Title VI justification. Soils and vegetation. This is basically your secondary NACs. Protecting things like plants, animals. So it's at a slightly different area. The secondary NACs are generally the same or higher than the primary NACs. Primary NACs is have to protect people. Secondary NACs is meant to protect vegetation, soils, and enjoyment and general use of the property. This doesn't come up very often, but this is why you have a secondary NACs, and this is what they're modeling against the secondary NACs for. Making sure you got no sensitive soils or vegetation or things around the area. Rumor has it, I don't know, maybe I do know that we had a project one time that they did not do a very clear, successful secondary NACs. They wound up killing a neighborhood ladies, persons, men's prized competition tomato crops. They grew tomatoes for competition, and this company invented something that killed all of her prized tomato plants. She was not happy. The legislators she called were not happy. The state was not happy. And ultimately, guess what? You're not going to be happy. So that's what the secondary NACs is really designed. And I have seen scenarios where this has actually been a thing. A lot of people say, well, that's just another part of the analysis. And most of the time it is. But keep in mind that there are limited situations where it has real relevance. The other one is visibility. You don't want it to decrease the visibility in the area. So they go back and they look at, now they use this screen. There's different types of things that you can do with screening to see if your plant, if the emissions are gonna cause visibility harm in the area. And if warranted, the regulatory agency will review your vis screen results and they will ask for more information if they can. But it is required by the other requirements of the PSD permit. There's also the federal class 1 area analysis, and class 1 areas have a lot tighter still to get into a full-blown modeling analysis than class 2 areas. Class 2 areas is all of us. Class 1 areas is our national treasures. That's national parks, national wetlands, national monuments, historical items of significance, things that when we go hiking in Yellowstone Park, we want to feel we're breathing good, clean air and all the animals are healthy and happy. That's what this is designed to do. It is an intentionally a lower, more severe, more stringent, more robust view to preserve what I can term is national treasures for all of us to use. They necessarily get a closer look at the tigers than everybody else. If the major project is anywhere from 100 to 300 kilometers from a class 1 area, you're going to be forward to doing it. The difference between 100 and 300 is actually up to the states. Some states use 300, others use 100. It's a variety of things. So basically you have your class one area, you draw either 100 kilometer radius or a 300 kilometer radius, and everybody inside that radius has to do a class one now. State of Texas is an FYI uses one. But there are other states that will pull in the Yellowstone, Granite Tetons, Glacier, yes. I'm sorry? Divide the lines by kilometers? Because there are still some people in the EPA that don't know how to. That's just the way the rule was structured. They do it. Instead of having to do a full-blown analysis, there is kind of a screening, just real quick. They call it the AQRD. You use a Q over D analysis. So you look at your total quantity of emissions based on a 24-hour average maximum allowable. And if that value compared to your distance at 50 kilometers is less than 1, then you kind of stop. Otherwise, you can have to do. And these are our class 1 areas: national wilderness areas exceeding 5,000 acres to national park exceeding 6,000 acres. So not every national site is necessarily a class 1 site. It's actually defined in the rule. If you go back, I'm a big national park guy. I love going on vacations and stuff. You'll see if you go back and look at the history of the National Park Service, the number of national parks that existed in the late 80s, is much lower than what exists now. National parks are enacted companies. They can only designate national parks. There is some debate about whether national monuments belong into that. National monuments is by president decree. It's not a congressional action. It's a president executive action. Should national monuments be treated equivalently to national parks? Some states say yes, some states say no. That gets back into the difference of different states' programs. We're just FYI, in case you're requesting. Also, the state is on the hook for things where they're doing a federal class 1 analysis that you may or may not know. So just full disclosure here. The state is going to send a copy of your application to the federal land manager. And so all federal land managers of class 1 areas know what you're doing, what you're representing, what you're proposing. They are required by law to submit that to the federal land manager. They get a copy of the application and any action related to the source. So whether it's approved, denied, modified, what have you, they wind up with the net result of what the review was. So they can keep track of activities in their area within the 100 to 300 kilometers, not even there, within the 100 to 300 kilometer radius of what's impacting their federal park. They get a copy of the class 1 impact analysis. And they also get a copy of what's called a PDS. It's a preliminary determination summary. That's inside baseball is anytime a company submits an application to either a STIP or delegated state, and it triggers PSD. When it goes to a FLM, they have to write what they call a preliminary determination summary. They do this at the end of the permitting process before it is issued, so the FLM has a chance to review and respond to it. And this is basically the state program saying, we are either going to or not going to issue this application. And here's our basis for doing it. We did our class 1 analysis. We meet all the rules and requirements to show that this project will not have a disparate impact on a federal or national treasure. And they give that to the federal land manager. And so the federal land managers over these parks knows anything that can potentially affect them, depending on what the state uses, the 100 to 300. They're required by law to tell them. And the reason I'm letting you know this is occasionally, not very often, but occasionally, an FLM will contact you and say, can you explain more about your project and what's going on here? And you're going to be like, who is this guy? He's not part of my permit routine. Maybe I do or don't need to address him. Is this, ladies and gentlemen, this is real. Never blow off an FLM. Whatever you do, do not tick off the people that run national parks and our national treasures. They'll go back to the state and say, I think you ought to deny their permit because we can't verify if they're negatively impacting us, and they refuse to answer our call. That is a very, very short conversation between the regulatory agency. Find something. And if you think about what's at stake, and you put yourself on that side of it, instead of on the emissions and plant side, on the public and user side, it kind of makes sense. It is rigorous by design, but it's rare, but just don't be surprised if something like that happens, if you're within a certain radius of a. Non-attended resource review. Non-attended resource review, we're gonna go into this just a little bit, not super. It's designed for major sources. In non-attainment areas, these are areas that are out of compliance with the NACs. You can trigger it, and if you do trigger it, you got two primary components. You have to do LAER, lowest achievable emission rate, and you have to obtain offsets. And the proper offset ratio, depending on the classification of your non-attainment area. LAER is a control technology specifically designed for companies that have triggered non-attainment review. Sometimes companies are saying, well, I'm not non-attainment review, but I'm concerned about LAER. Can somebody make me do this? The answer to that is no. There are companies that put on LAER levels of controls to avoid non-attainment because they don't want to buy offsets. But that is them voluntarily coming up to that level of control. But if you trigger the program, it is mandated through the program that you apply LAER. It's the most stringent of anything in the state implementation or SIP. And it's the most stringent limitation achieved in practice by any source out there. So LAER is designed intentionally to be severe and intrusive because again, you're building in an area that's not in compliance with the NACs. And so it's the lowest common denominator technology, the way I describe it. You find the most stringent thing that's ever been put on and achieved in practice, and that's what you have to do. So it's a stringent limitation. It cannot be less stringent than any DSHAPS or NSPS. It takes technical feasibility into account. If it doesn't work, it doesn't make sense to put it on. But LAER has no room for economic reasonableness. In other words, you can't say it is not worth the expense for my company to control an area that's already out of compliance with the NACs, and I want to do a major project depending on my classification. There's no economic. It's again, you find the lowest one, and that's what you put on. It's generally an emission rate specific control requirement. It does include fugitive emissions. There are LAER requirements for LDAR. Matter of fact, the TCEQ has a 28 LAER program. And it's the most stringent monitoring that there is. So if you've never done a non-attainment review in Texas and you got a lot of pipes in your company that are part of that project, just be aware of this and make sure you're talking to your piping people and stuff like that. So they know what kind of monitoring and fixing and repair type of things that they have to do. It's a pretty stringent program. EPA will also tell you, I haven't seen as much of this, but if LAER was determined to be a change in the raw materials, a process modification, that is a possibility. If you want to do project X, somebody else is doing project Y that makes the same material, and project Y is inherently less polluting than project X, they could potentially say you need to do this. That is a little bit fraught for the EPA though, because generally the EPA does not have the power to tell a company what they can and can't do and pick their technology for them. So there's probably going to be some discussions, but it is within their bag of tricks, if you will, that they can potentially do. So if they bring it up, treat it seriously. It's not a front call. They're not trying to just harass you. It actually is in the most of the time. It's going to be the third category. LAER is not considered to be achievable if the cost is so great that the source would not be built or operated. Everybody goes, yay! And then they see this, and they start crying because it says, if another operation in the same industry or comparable industry uses the control technology, that constitutes evidence that the control technology is not prohibited. Somebody is doing it. It may be prohibited to you, but it's not prohibitive in the general sense of is this alley. The evaluation includes recently issued permits and activities within your state, recently issued or approved permits in other states, SIP limits for that classification of equipment, whether it be in the state they're operating in, that's actually nationwide. You have to do a nationwide search. Because again, it's a nationwide search to find the lowest level of control, and that's what you put over. The EPA tries to help states when they issue a major permit, either a PSD or non-attainment permit, are required to capture all those emissions and all those controls and put them into the EPA's RACT, BACT, LAER clearinghouse. It's a lot of words. A lot of people will call them RDLC or right back where they'll have it very described. But for major sources, states are supposed to put all of this into the national database. Some states do a lot better than that than others. Sometimes you'll go back and have a very good accounting of what a state did. Other times the state says, yeah, we got one of these two. Then you have to go back and find out what they did. So it's pretty hit or miss when you do the RDLC. I'm sorry.
How often do they require that people to come regular basis?
It's supposed to be on a regular basis. States are not always compliant in doing that. The way I put it this way. Do an RDLC search, find everything you can in your state. You can ask your state, they'll give you a list of permits. You can go through their file, either physical or online. You can look through it. You can find these different things. Talk to the other states, especially surrounding states. Use RDLC as a screening tool. And if it highlights that if you're in Texas and there's a bunch of things going on in Florida, you may want to give Florida a call and say, look, I'm doing a major NSR permit, I'm doing a non-attainment permit, I'm doing an RDLC search. This is what I have found on their database. Can you tell me, is what you're doing up to date with that, or have you done anything that may be different or tighter? That is the responsibility that we have to make that work. So the RDLC is an EPA database. It's debatable on how to up to date. It's a good starting point. But I would always think, well, this is all that's in the RDLC. That's all there is. If you take that aspect, you will get surprised. And you will probably be surprised more often than not, because the RDLC is not always as up to date as you would like it or you would think it would be. It has over 5,000 control technology determinations spread across the country. All 50 states and territories put it in there. I say territory specifically because we did have a situation in my former life where there was a company in Puerto Rico that was using an LER level of control that nobody else in the 48 was using. So territories count. Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa. I don't know, but personally, I'd like to go to American Samoa and verify that in person and see if they're really doing that or not. But, yeah, so if it's basically in the United States in our territories, it counts. And again, they can help identify technologies to mitigate the different streams. It's available online at the EPA's Technology Transfer Network, or the Clean Air Technology Center. The CTC is what they use for short, but that's a way you can get into it. It's a pretty helpful website to the extent it'll help you run searches using 3 basic different parameters. I would recommend using all of them, because it's just like any Google search. You can put in one set of words, you get a set of responses. You put in a different set of words, you get a different set of responses. So I would recommend using it. You can set it up with facility data, process data, or pollutant data. And that's because you really don't know when all different states are entering things into the arguments. And so just do all 3 searches. It doesn't take very long to run, really, depending on the size. It's a couple of minutes. I've had some turn around really. And just cover your bases. So what are offsets? Offsets are an actual emission reduction that is equal to or greater than the project's emissions increase. And the amount of offsets depends on the classification of your non-attainment area. Offset ratios are by severity. So it's a 1-to-1 offset ratio if you don't have a classification. That really no longer applies to ozone. It used to, but now most ozones are either marginal, moderate, serious, severe, or extreme. And as you can see, the further out of compliance with the standard you are, the amount of offsets you have to supply start to pick up. And you're offsetting the clients at that ratio. So not only do you have to put on LAER, you need to supply offsets to, and actual emissions to offset your potential. To be used as an offset, it has to be a creditable emission reduction. Your new level emissions has to be less than your baseline action. Otherwise, you don't have a reduction. It's below your baseline level. So if your PTE is 100, your baseline is 80. And if you come in with a new allowable after the project of 70, you get a 10-ton reduction. Not a 30-ton reduction, because the rest of that was never actually seen by the atmosphere. It's not in your baseline actual. So it's real emission reductions that they're using to create the offset. The offset cannot have been relied in another major NSR permit, so no fair double dipping. If you use it once to issue a nonattainment permit, you can't go back and use that same offset again. The emission rate has not been required by a SIP. This sometimes catches people, and this is something to be aware of, especially since we went from serious to severe. The TCEQ and other state regulatory agencies that have nonattainment areas are going to be required by law to increase the level of controls in their SIP. Once they do that, those rules are approved. Any reduction you got over the baseline that's attributable to that control can no longer be used as a minus in your netting effect, because that has been relied on to get further rate of progress. So you're going to have to go above and beyond any SIP requirements to create an actual emission reduction. Decreases are not creditable if the BAE is exceeded by an enforceable emission limit prior to the project. And then part of the reason is if you have a PTE that is less than your baseline actual emission rate, you don't have authorization to be there. So if your potential to emit is 50, you are operating at 60, and you go down to 40. You have a 40 to 50. You have a minus 10. Even if your baseline actual emission rate is higher, because you should have never been operating at that baseline actual rate to begin with. Sounds absurd on some levels. I can tell you, this is where your permitting staff and your EI staff and stuff like that don't talk to each other. It's not common, but it's not unheard of that companies will report baseline actuals over the allowance. They will say you should not have anything over your allowable. Number one, that's not going to be admissible or usable by anything. And depending on the state, they may come back and say, thank you for self-reporting. We got some enforcement people that would really like to talk to you. And so grab a cup of coffee and have a good conversation. So you're basically saying you're in violation of the. Not that that always happens. It depends on how well the inter-department communications within the regulatory agency go. But I have some good people. Texas actually has a predetermined program to supply offsets. They use it, they call it emission reduction credits. The state of Texas has an ERCT. They will work with a company to go back and verify everything we just talked about. And that takes a little bit of the heat off the company, but they may not always like what the analysis shows. But the analysis is robust, and when you do get an emission reduction that you can use as an offset, it's going to be certified, it's going to be credible. The TCEQ maintains a database of these. Some companies will have actual emission reductions that they are willing to sell. They will let the TCEQ know. The TCEQ will connect them with somebody that needs emission reductions as an offset. And at that point, it becomes a company-to-company discussion of how valuable those offsets are to the people that needs them and whether the seller is willing to sell at that price. So it's kind of an open market. There are actually credit emission brokers in Texas that you can contact that actually do this kind of business. Finding, selling, trading emission reductions. Just to note that some people still remember this, I just put it up there. At one time, you can actually do offsets. Right now, offsets are 1-to-1. If you increase NOx, you decrease NOx. If you increase VOC, you decrease VOC. The EPA tried to put this into effect, and it was into effect for a while, where if you don't have enough VOC or NOx in your area, you have more VOC, but you need NOx. There used to be a time when you could buy VOCs and then certain atmospheric chemical relation back to the NOx. You can use VOC to offset one precursor or vice versa. The EPA got sued. The DC District Circuit Court came back on January 29, 2021 and says, you cannot do this. The Federal Clean Air Act never gave the EPA the ability to mix and match. Matter of fact, if I remember the words right, the superior judge that issued determined said that this program was invented out of whole cloth. The EPA made it up, and then they liked what they made up, and they implemented it. They said it had no statute or legislative backing whatsoever, and they said stop doing it. So the EPA pulled it all out. I say that, and I put that in here because state requirements that parroted the EPA put them in their state rules. It's null and void there. You can't exceed and violate a DC Circuit Court opinion. And so this capability is now different. You cannot use it. It does not work.
Logic, VOC to VOC, VOC is not.
Well, I tell you what, it's equivalent in the area and in the airshed you're supposed to do. Although this is again getting a little bit deeper. Expert level, I tell you, we get good conversations. There's another capability that parallel this, where a company would be allowed to do what they call ERC or emission reduction trading. Where if you have a project in Houston and you have another one in Dallas and you needed reductions, you could use the same kind of thing, either VOC or NOx, and you could reduce in one ozone nonattainment area to increase in another. They had a bunch of complicated math in it. They had to determine the degradation of the positive effects of doing that, going from one distance to another. And I haven't seen that either. I think companies stopped doing that as well, because like interpollutant trading, interbasin trading, is that what called, was also another thing that the EPA came up with, like implemented. There's no statutory or rule basis for that originally as well. The court specifically did NOx to VOC trading, but the interbasin trading of one nonattainment area to the other, even though they did not address that, they are saying that they are just waiting for a lawsuit to come in, and most likely they will say you can't do that either. And so there are a lot of companies that have stopped doing interbasin trading as well because they don't want to run across or be the reason that the EPA gets sued. That they are the person in the company that killed this whole construct. They just don't want that in their focus.
Even in the same county or same area, reaction industry, my VOC may be differently speciated than someone else's VOC, and so you're going to potentially have. You could use the same logic, is what I'm saying, is to say that my VOC is the same.
Within an airshed, I have not seen that. Because a lot of times the airsheds are localized enough to where they're basically in the same VOC season in the same area. That's right. That's the reason all those counties were put in this.
Same they're not required VOC.
They do have different reaction kinetics, so they have not fine-tuned it down to that level yet. I am not aware of them doing that. But they will go back and say, we are going to take a total account of your VOC. The only difference that I've seen in the state of Texas is you see that a little bit. That's a concept called HRVOC, or highly reactive VOC. The TCEQ identified a number of pollutants that they feel with EPA backing create ozone out of proportion to their existence in the atmosphere. And they do have a separate requirement to do that. And there's actually an HRVOC trading mechanism as well on top of the VOC trading mechanism. So I can't say it's a free for all for everybody, but those compounds are identified in the pollution watch. This is a health test. This is ozone pollution.
Sorry.
All right. Last month, we'll go to this, but I think this is a lot of things that kind of interesting. I've done individual presentations just on this, and I'm going to say I've gotten rave reviews. Either that or I scared the bejeebers out of people. So, but I want to make you aware of it. There's things that are happening and going on that if you're not following it on a day-to-day basis, and you're an HSE manager and your staff is telling you something that's totally off the wall, or you're the staff and you're telling your HSE manager they don't believe you. Here's justification for that argument. Either way, depending where you are in the organization. We currently have 2 ozone standards in effect, 2008 and 2015. 2008 is 75 ppb, 2015 is 70 ppb. They are both 8-hour standards. They are arrived at in the exact same way. It's just one is tighter than the other. How you get to the numbers and stuff is like. In the state of Texas, we have 2 ozone non-attainment areas that they were looking at that had a serious classification. Dallas-Fort Worth and Houston-Galveston. They had a July 2021 attainment date. We also have the 2015 ozone standard. The 2015 ozone standard is a ozone it's an ozone standard, but it runs on a different time frame than the 2008. So they don't always completely line up, but we need to show compliance with both of them. All of our existing 2008 standards are pretty much 2015 standards, give or take a county here or there. And when they defined the 2015 standards, they did the entire country with the exception of San Antonio, Bexar County, and eventually was declared non-attainment for the 2015 standards, but about a month and a half or almost 2 months later. So it has its own unique independent date. Long and short of it is neither Dallas-Fort Worth or Houston-Galveston attained that standard. That is the reason they were reclassified from serious to severe. At the same time, it's not as much in the news, but we also did not attain the 2015 max, and the 2015 was bumped up from marginal to moderate. The reason you don't hear about that is because in areas that are not attaining both programs, the 2008 bump up had a much more severe and immediate impact. But we do have companies and we do have parts of the country that are attaining the 2008, but are not attaining the 2015. They did see a reclassification. But the only difference, if you remember from our slide earlier, the only difference is your offset increases a little bit if you trigger non-attainment. So all of this got kicked off Friday, October 7th, 2022. The EPA published 2 final rules, one of them addressing the 2008, the other one addressing the 2015. They were effective as a function of rule and law on November 7th. On and after that date, these areas are now severe and moderate ozone non-attainment areas for their respective statements. Areas classified as severe under the 2008 will be given a new ozone attainment date. It's July 20th, 2027. And so as somebody was asking earlier, now you have until now to July 20th, 2027 to get that area back into compliance. If they cannot, that's when you get back into the extreme and the 185 possibilities that we talked about a little bit earlier. 2015 also has its own schedule and its own implementation date. Its implementation date is August 3rd, 2024. And San Antonio, Bexar County, of course, theirs is delayed a little bit because of when they were authorized. Now, in Texas, we say that July 2027 attainment date using the 2026 attainment year. Not all states have that. We all know why you have the 1-year disconnect between the two. It is based on the ozone season. In Texas, the ozone season bifurcates or splits that attainment date. The EPA designates on the last full year they have actionable complete data, which would be the year before. That's the reason they do that. There are other states where their ozone season is before or after that attainment date, in which case they have one number. But in Texas and in other states that have a split ozone attainment season, they have to go to the last full year of data to make their determinations on, which is the year 5. That's why you see that split and what it means. So you're not going to see that in every state. It depends on where you are and the ozone season. The ozone season in Houston is much, much different than the ozone season in Denver. Genetics and chemistry and stuff are completely different of when ozone is. So areas under the 2008 that got elevated, the state is required to submit a SIP 18 months after reclassification. We already know now reclassification was last November. State of Texas is working on that right now. Matter of fact, some of you that may be keeping up with it, they've already had several public meetings with the people in Dallas and in Houston of saying, this is what we're thinking. These are the kind of controls. Do you have any suggestions? They're actually trying to cooperate with how do we fix this and how do we develop controls to change that trajectory. Under the 2015 standards, the state was required to submit a SIP January 2023. That's a couple of months ago. The state of Texas has submitted that to the EPA. I have not heard of what the EPA has said or what kind of action they have taken on that SIP submittal, but they've got their timeline to submit what they're going to be doing. There will probably be some emissions attributed to the 2015 standard, but the 2008 control requirements are going to be drawn in a massive way. The people who are watching this out in Texas is San Antonio and Bexar County. And so they're going to have SIP rules, chapter 115, chapter 117 rules that are probably going to be bumped up and made severe to try to offset this attainment increase. This is a chart I used internal for training. I will use it for things like this. This is our ozone non-attainment. Extreme is not on it. Extreme again is 10 tons as a major source, and anything is a major modification. Hopefully we won't get there. If you're in California, my apologies. My condolences because you're operating under that. But this is basically saying what the definition of a major source is, what the definition of a major modification is, what the netting trigger level is, and what your offset ratio is should you trigger non-attainment. Things to point out here, there's, again, all states are different. Texas is no different than that statement. Major modification level and moderate and marginal areas is an increase greater than or equal to 40 tons triggers netting. And if the net is greater than or equal to 40 tons, you're in the program. In the state of Texas, once you move to serious and once you move to severe, Texas has a 5-ton netting trigger. So emission increases greater than or equal to 5 tons of either VOC or NOx triggers netting. And if the net result is greater than or equal to 25 tons, you trigger the program. Texas has a specific agreement with EPA Region 6 on that 5 tons. There were multiple discussions. There were actually rules. It was put into the SIP. The EPA approved it. It is in the state Texas register, and it is in the federal register of when this was developed. And so if you have been so inclined, you can actually go back and trace the history of why Texas uses a 5-ton netting trigger. It's relatively unique to the state of Texas. Not all states necessarily do that. So don't go to Colorado or to New Hampshire or Vermont and say, hey, Texas uses a 5-ton, here's what I'm using. Because if you read the strict verbatim rule of the Federal Clean Air Act, it says any increase in serious or severe ozone non-attainment areas triggers netting. And so if you try this someplace else that uses the any increase quotient, they're going to kick you out. And telling them they do this in Texas, you're probably just making it. Like, well, that's not what we do here. Conversely, I know of some other states, I think they're living dangerously, but they use a higher level, but even than Texas. So look at that state, look at their program. This is where understanding the program you're operating in is very important. They're all different. Find out what their major NSR requirements are when it comes to offset ratios and triggering them. They will tell you. And they're not always the same. But in Texas, we use 5. This is a little bit dated now, but I'm putting it out there in case you hear something. Air authorizations are required to meet all rules and regulations when they are issued and approved, not when an application is submitted. So if you submit an application when you were serious, and now we are severe, if you became a major source at that major source state, the state of Texas will probably come back and say, we can't do this. You need to go back and redo your major NSR review using severe criteria. And that's because that is the rule in effect. So definitely a check with the authority of your state and how they approach it. An additional FYI, this is more on the 2015 ozone standard. November 30th, the EPA published a final rule in the Federal Register impacting El Paso. And that final rule, they also pulled in Wells County. Anybody here does things up in Colorado, Wells County? Good, I won't belabor that. Basically, the EPA said by monitoring and by criteria that El Paso is now going to be a non-attainment area. It was creating the El Paso, Las Cruces, Texas, New Mexico ozone non-attainment area, which was different to this, as they took the El Paso non-attainment area and attached it to the New Mexico non-attainment area, which had previously been declared, and they added them together. That results in a number of operational and legal challenges from that standpoint. The EPA got rapidly sued. In Texas, state of Texas sued the EPA over combining El Paso with New Mexico. Just FYI, Colorado, Weld County sued the EPA, and that county, what they basically did is, it was a partial county non-attainment designation, and they extended it to the entire county. They had their own reasons for trying to push back against that. But some of them are probably parallel, because since the New Mexico non-attainment area was further along, as soon as Texas got put in with that, they almost immediately faced reclassification from marginal to moderate, and they were never even really declared marginal. And so a lot of people got found with that. And so my understanding is that is still working its way through the mill. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not necessarily in on that. That's my understanding. If you see something different, my apologies. I may or may not have seen that, but the lawyers are following this closely. And so basically what ended up happening on that one is they did not redesignate El Paso, even though the area monitoring wise should now be moderate. They left it at marginal until the resolution of this lawsuit, because Texas is saying we need to be marginal first before we come moderate, because you never gave us a chance to do chapter 115, 117 and implement controls. We didn't have a fair shake at changing the trajectory, and you put us in the deep end of the pool right away without us really learning to swim. It's kind of a poor company. That was kind of the comparison point they did. And so when you look at the federal rules, you are not going to see El Paso in the reclassification from marginal to moderate. And this is one. All right, here's where we get into the more interesting side. Ozone max reconsideration. December 31st, 2020, the EPA finalized the 2015 ozone max without any changes. They said it's good. On a periodic basis, the EPA has to go back and reevaluate the max, make the determination, is that max still protecting people in the environment or not, or should it be changed or lowered? The administration basically at that time said no other changes warrant. We're good with the max that we have. Matter of fact, the US EPA's original draft or initial draft of the strategic ozone plan did not even include a reconsideration of the ozone max. But on October 28, 2021, the EPA announced and said, you know what? We're getting a lot of pressure from NGOs and others. We are going to open on our own auspices a reconsideration of the ozone max, and we're going to take a look at it again, even though less than 2 years ago, we just told everybody it was okay. Coincidentally, what happened between that time in 2020 and now? We've had a change in presidential administration. We've had a change in EPA leadership. They have a different way of viewing things than the people that went before. And so they are saying, we disagree with what our predecessors did. We don't like it. Yes, they agree with it, but we're going to reconsider it because even though they thought it was okay, we don't. And so they opened up an ozone reconsideration for them. If you don't follow this, the EPA makes the determination, but they get help. They get input from professionals. It's called the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. People call those KSACs for short. And the KSAC is supposedly an independent body that does their own review, and they will make a recommendation to the EPA should they raise or lower. Sometimes they agree, sometimes they disagree. Ultimate authority rests with the EPA. KSAC has already weighed in on this. As you know, the current 2015 standard is 70. The KSAC said, you know, it really needs to be 60. And so now we're going to see what the EPA does. The EPA has been saying we're going to come out with a proposed rule of what that should be done or what that should be. They have not done that yet. I'm sure the EPA is going to enter a firestorm furnace as soon as they do. And so they're kind of in a unique situation. If they strengthen it down to 60, they are gonna catch an airflow. If they don't change it, the case act thinks it should be 60, they're gonna catch an airflow. And so they have to have tough skin, they're getting really get into the discussion. But they opened it by saying, we're gonna reconsider the max. So now the big issue is, does it stay 70 or do they reduce it potentially down to 60? That remains to be seen. I can tell you just of some of the behind the scenes chatter up to now, this administration actually kind of surprised me. They said, we're good with the 70. But they are under extreme pressure from a variety of environmental groups and the like, that we want you to change your model. You're just taking the same failings that your forebears did, saying 70 was good. We think it ought to be 60. So the case act of the EPA right now, we're having a very, very interesting behind the scenes closed door conversation with each other. Which is probably why you have not seen a proposed rule yet, is they can't agree themselves on what it should be. But I wanted to make y'all aware of it in case this is something you don't normally track. So don't be surprised one day if we have 3 ozone standards and 3 different types of non-attainment, 2008, 2015, and 2000. It could happen. The other one that's big and hot right now, and this one's actually much further along in its time frame, is a reconsideration of the PM Acts. And I think personally, this is probably flying under the radar, which is why I put it in the advanced class, and I would have let you all know of it. A lot of people track ozone. They're attuned to it. We've had ozone non-attainments or areas of one sort or another since 1983 or 1984. As soon as they developed the max and determined that parts of the country were not being here. And so everybody kind of historically looks at this. 2.5 is what I consider to be an emerging issue. Up to now, it has not been a problem because even though PM 2.5 has a max, it was set high enough where nobody was really concerned about it. You had a few extreme areas, and I say extreme, but I use that word linguistically and not technically, but you had a few areas where there were some problems. So we do have some PM non-attainment areas. We actually got one in Texas. It's in El Paso. It's not a county. It's a specific design. Follow the street, go along this county line, what have you. And it's for PM 10. I'm not aware of any that's 2.5 right now. Don't hold me to that, but I'm not immediately aware of it. Same thing here. December 18th, 2020, the EPA said we're good. June 10th, 2021, the EPA said, we're going to go back and we're going to reconsider this, just like they did with NOx. It's just that this one came up first. It's a lot further along. It's a progression. January 27th, 2023, the EPA published a proposed rule in the Federal Register thinking and given the idea of we want to propose a lower PM 2.5 max. And they are telling us now that they are expecting a final rule sometime in the December 2023. This date has already moved twice. This is the most recent one. We'll see if they need it, but that's what they're telling everybody when they're going through their just to put everybody on the same page, the National Ambient Quality Standards for PM, there's 2 of them. You have PM 2.5, then you have PM 10. 2.5 is fine particles. Used to call it PM fine before they got sophisticated enough to call it 2.5. And so you've got a max value for each one of these. It's a 2.5 that they're actually focusing on right now. And they're at concentrations of micrograms per cubic meter. Ozone is in ppm or ppb. This one's actually in a mass weight microgram per cubic meter type analysis. This is why PM10, 2.5 is so important. It is a very, very small molecule. If you look at the size of a grain of sand, the size of a human hair is about 10 micrometers across. 2.5 is a quarter of the size of a human hair. So we're talking very, very small particles. They will say these are particles that when you inhale them, they can get trapped and contained in your lung system, which is why 2.5 PM5 has a much higher level of alert and level of sensitivity. And that's partly what's driving all of this. Is did the EPA, when they figured out is this level acceptable and okay or not, did they do a good job in protecting people's health? And now that's the argument that all of the toxicologists and epidemiologists and all the other kind of ologists are having right now is, was that a legitimate way of saying that the current max was okay, or did they really need to drop it? PM 2.5 actually comes from two source categories or types. You got primary emissions. 2.5 can be emitted as a particle itself. And it can also be emitted as a condensable, which means it's emitted as a particulate, but it's so small that you don't really see it until it leaves the stack, combines with moisture and condenses. But it's emitted as a particulate. You just can't catch the very small ones in the filter papers and stuff. You need impingers and a lot more sophisticated testing mechanism to drop out that condensable component. But it's emitted as a PM. Secondary emissions are precursors. These are other pollutants that photochemically react in the atmosphere to create a PM 2.5. And so, you got carbon, certain types of carbon in certain environments will have an affinity for each other. They'll stick together and grow. They can get big enough to create a particle. A lot of people say, well, how does that happen? The best way I have, and this is maybe not a fair comparison, but if you think about it, what a carbon absorber or carbon canister does, that's one type of material having an affinity for the other. That is man-made and intentionally and catalytically forced. You actually have a mechanism in the atmosphere that's natural. It's a lot slower and a lot more regular stuff if that's happening. Right now, the precursors are NOx and SO2. Those are what they call presumed in. And so the EPA is saying that these are precursors for PM 2.5. They had another one. I'm going to use an old term on you now. I like it, but it's not used much. So don't say Johnny said this and everybody's going to understand. Initially, when they were looking at ozone, at PM 2.5 precursors, VOC and ammonia, what they were called presumed out. And that means they were not automatically going to be a precursor for 2.5. But what the rules say and what the requirement is, basically, is that a state and their EPA office will have to make a demonstration of whether VOC and ammonia create PM 2.5 in that airshed or not. It's a foregone conclusion that NOx and SO2 will. That's, to them, that's settled science. They are automatically precursors. VOC and ammonia may or may not. It gets triggered by the PM 2.5 nonattainment designation, so that should the EPA come up with a new max and they designate an area as nonattainment for that max, within 2 years or 24 months from that date, the state is required to make a demonstration and said, does VOC or ammonia contribute to PM 2.5 in that area or not? So they actually are going to have to go through the photochemical modeling and make that demonstration. And it's on an area by area basis, because as somebody was pointed out earlier, reaction kinetics of the environmental situation in one part of the country are not the same as in another. And dare I say, one part of the state are not the same as another. Unless you maybe you're like Rhode Island or Delaware, where your whole state is probably in the area you live. And so they will have to make that demonstration. And so that sets up a patchwork. There may be some parts of the country where VOC and ammonia or a PM 2.5 precursors, and other areas where they are not. So it's not going to be a carte blanche, one size fits all. So pay attention to this emerging issue. Again, it doesn't get triggered until a non-attainment area is designated, but when it is, really perk your ears up and start following and find out whether you have to include VOC and ammonia or not, or eventually will. There's a kind of a 2-year grace period. Don't let it sneak up in somebody. This is the current max. PM 2.5 has a PM level of 12 micrograms per cubic meter. The other PM 2.5 is what they call a daily average, or 24 hour. It's a little bit higher. It's 35, and so again, this is kind of the secondary, and it's meant to protect plants, other things that we were talking about. They did not impact the secondary max, either for the annual or for the daily. And the same thing, they didn't touch PM2 at all. So this is what the proposal said. They didn't tell you what it is, but they're asking what it could be. So now we basically kind of know where they're heading. PM 2.5, they're saying the annual, they're proposing between 9 and 10. They're going to wait and try to see the kind of comments they get back. The proposal did not reflect the change in the daily or the 24-hour primary and secondary max. It was 35 and it's still 25. What drew a lot of note to people is, even though they said we're thinking it's going to be between 9 or 10, They are asking for comments of, what about 8? Can we drop it to 8? And what about 11? So it's between the 9 and 10, it's lower than 12, so should it be 11? And they are also asking, should we take a look at the daily limit? Should we drop it from 35 down to 25? So they're actually asking the public at large of 9 to 10 is where we are, pick one. But in the meantime, should we be 8? Should we be 11? Should we drop the 24-hour? So they're asking a lot of questions in their proposed rule. And all of this is going to be evaluated. Public comments on that were closed March 28th. I have heard through secondary and third channels that they received almost an uncountable amount of comments back on this. I don't know how long it's going to take them to go through all that. But they do want to either confirm or lower the. I just,
Just to clarify, their draft was 9 to 10.
their draft was 9 to 10.
You can see as low as 8.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They opened that window. There's a lot of people that think that was by design. If the EPA wants to go to 8, this might be a way of pushing off some of the argument and fighting, if you will, a little bit when they go through it. So we'll propose this, but maybe we really want that. That's conjecture. That's what some people say. There are others that say, you know, the EPA said originally they were good with 12. They should leave it at 12. I think conventional wisdom and the tea leaves and reading the smoke and listening to the wind and all that stuff. The next is probably going to be lower. It's just a matter of how much. I don't think it has a realistic chance to maintain it low. Odds are it'll probably either be 9 or 12. The non-attainment construct, when I use this slide is internal training for my company. And people had never even seen this before because everybody is geared to think into ozone. If you go back and read the CFRs, there are already rules existing for what PM 2.5 means in a non-attainment scenario should you not need it. There's 2 classifications. You got moderate and you have serious. The EPA has already said that the entire country will be moderate unless they don't meet the applicable date, and then in which case they will be upgraded to serious. You kind of have to disconnect yourself from ozone for just a minute because even though there's some similarities, there's major differences. A lot of people try to cross-pollinate those two. Please don't. You're just going to massively confuse yourself. Moderate has a 100-ton major source definition and either a 10-ton major modification definition for 2.5 is direct, or 40 tons for its established precursors of SO2 and NOx. It's a 1.1 for 1 non-attainment ratio. If you do get upgraded to serious, the definition of a major source goes from 100 to 70. So you need to be a major source to be slightly over. And again, your primary is front half and back half. It also includes secondary, which is your conventionals. I mean your precursors, which is why I have that as a different color here. VOC already has levels built into the federal rule. It's commensurate with what PSD does. What's unique and different that I want to point out here, because I kind of looked at this and went, it'll be interesting to see how they do this. How is ammonia regulated? It's not a regulated criteria pollutant. It doesn't have a tax in itself, and it doesn't have any other requirements. It is purely the domain of public protectiveness of state minor NSR programs. And here they are attaching it, saying it is now directly going to be a precursor to the PM2.5. There is no major source of major modification level for ammonia yet. They are going to need to establish that before they can implement it. So kind of keep your ears up and stuff. If you start seeing people saying about what is a major source, what is a major modification for ammonia as a precursor, that's where it's coming from. They are going to have to establish it because it's never been regulated under this part of the enforcement regime before. But that makes it relatively unique from most of the things that us airers encounter. Right now, the state of Texas will tell you that according to current monitoring, so this is a snapshot, state of Texas currently has 14 counties monitoring above 9 and 7 counties monitoring above 10. Those are the 2 counties and the 2 levels that the EPA has is proposing to make a new max on that. TCQ is also saying that this makes sense, that until you have a final designation of non-attainment, you are attainment to your designated, you will keep doing PSB review. Even though the max is now lower, unless you're designated as a PM 2.5 non-attainment area, you're an attainment area, you keep doing PSB. And then on the day and after you're designated as a PM 2.5 non-attainment area, then you have to do major indicol analysis according to that designation. But here's something that I thought was interesting. I understand why they did it. But the EPA, I mean, the TCQ actually had a couple of information meetings not too long ago about their take on it. But here's something that is completely different that they don't do right now. Is that third bullet. Precursor 2.5 emissions will be considered in determining PSD applicability after final rule adoption. That means on and after the date that the max is lowered, whether you have a non-attainment area or not. Right now, you estimate the amount of PM, NOx, and SO2 you're emitting to the atmosphere. And they go through that burp analysis we were talking about earlier, where they do chemical reactions, and you can go back and you can pull up a burp value, and it gets added on the modeling side of it, are you threatening something? On and after that date, you can now trigger PM 2.5 by having a greater than significant amount of NOx or SO2. So it's no longer specifically derived on particulate direct emissions anymore. You can be a major modification even though you don't emit any PM based on the amount of precursor you're putting out there, because it will photochemically react to create. I tell you that because I don't know how many people have caught on to that. You are all the tip of the spear. Congratulations.
The change our tables have the initial PM baseline.
This is going to get very.
How's that going to get?
This is going to get very interesting.
Question. But right now, and after the PM 2.5, next thing is out. Right now, we also have NO2. I don't know. NO2, SO2, DOC, and ammonia data. I don't think anyone has been doing their.
Not on PM 2.5. You're absolutely right. And the reason is when the rule comes out, NOx and SO2 are going to be formally recognized and declared as precursors. How can you designate an area as non-attainment on all three forms and not do PSV or not do other things using the same forms you're using to designate as non-attainment? So what this is saying is from that point forward, PM direct, PM precursor through NOx and SO2, potentially VOC and ammonia, are now going to be recognized and authorizable PM 2.5 creators, both primarily and through precursor. And they are all going to be regulated.
That shouldn't be after the PM 2.5 max update, right? This should already be in place because you all have.
If you want to make that fight and have that argument, you are more than welcome to. That's just not the way it's viewed right now. Right now, the EPA is going to argue they're considering it in the MERP analysis and in the modeling analysis, and they're going to tell you, even though you didn't trigger PSD for the precursor, in a format, we still took it into account. And in that accounting, you're either going to pass the requirements or not. What they are saying now is we are intentionally lowering the bar by a lot. Not only are we saying we're going to lower the max, we also want to pick up all these things that we had previously treated one way. Now we're going to treat it another in a much more upfront, forthwith, and calculatable value instead of relying on some kind of chemistry reactions in place.
The way we're doing it now, the data modification threshold, PSD threshold, they look similar to those numbers that you see for PSD, at the press, it was. Difference being that when we apply the MERP changes in those new tables, you'll have a precursor of PM 2.5 SO2 number that's potentially different from that, where you think about what gallon. That as the word conversion is, so the sum total, all the precursors will go into that 2.5. So,
Now, they will probably look at, they will probably, I would wager. That's stepping up too. This is done to me, but I think right now, the way ozone works is VOC and NOx are handled independently because they both photochemically react differently. I would surmise that when they do this, remove those final, NOx and SO2 will be handled independently. So you won't take NOx and SO2 and combine them. But if you have a project that has more than 40 tons of NOx in a designated PM 2.5 non-attainment area, even though you don't emit 2.5 direct, you can trigger PM 2.5 non-attainment and LAER requirements because you have more than enough precursor to create the amount of 2.5 there.
layer on. Do or not.
Use the layer on the SO2 or not, consider again for control. It's the same, but that part is ozone non-attainment. I think we're gonna be parallel. I think there's gonna be a lot of them. But yeah, I don't know if people are thinking about, as soon as a 2.5 rule comes out, and becomes final, the next time you come in with a project, it's like, hey, you need to include this in any non-attainment area designation if you are. And likewise, it means for PSD. So if you think about it, you can be PSD for SO2, you can be a PSD for NOx. It just happens coincidentally or not, that's the same value as the major modification level for PM 2.5. I can see scenarios where you are PSD for 2.5 in the precursor, even though you may not have any direct particular. Well, don't have start with people already shown. But you're not going to be a major source of PM 2.5 itself. But you'll trigger PM 2.5 PSD because of the precursor. And you don't necessarily have that.
It works. I have 40 tons of SO2, I would need major modification for PSD. That's the cutoff. And I would need PSD for SO2. If I had 20 tons of SO2 and 20 tons of NOx, neither of those are triggering PSD for SO2 or NOx.
So-
They could still be precursors for PSD 2.5.
No, because the major modification level for PM 2.5 is the same as it is.
They're not additive. So like 40 tons of SO2 by itself would be PSD for PM 2.5.
Right.
Whatever.
I-
Sorry, major modification.
Gotcha.
But 20 tons of SO2 and 20 tons of NOx,
I
even if they would contribute as precursors.
You don't have that or something.
Okay.
I think it's gonna go because it's the atmospheric. Treats it individual. But what's different now is that if they establish an ozone max and you do it PSD, now if you have 45 tons of SO2 increase in your major source, you're PSD for SO2. In the future, you have 45 tons of SO2 increase, you're PSD for SO2 and you're PSD for 2.5. Now you have to do the next protective analysis. Now you're gonna have to go back and model all of your primary, secondary, and precursor 2.5 to determine whether you're complying with the new max, which is potentially a whole lot lower than 7.5. VLC is not a precursor anymore. If it's ever determined to be, then yes, you would have. But they would have to be major as the precursor, not minor precursors added together to be. That's not the way ozone non-attainment works. I would be surprised if they made PM 2.5 non-attainment because they're going to run into the same questions of what about different chemical reactivity and stuff like that. So I think there's a little sense to it, but they're going to have to do that. But once a level gets compared, and once a max is set, if you exceed the significance level for the precursor, you can trigger PM 2.5 PSD, even though you don't emit more than 10 tons or more than 100 tons of 2.5 itself, because you're an existing major source. For PSD, I call it the Three Musketeers rule. It's one for all and all for one, major for one, major for all. Some of you that maybe go and look at the Three Musketeers. But yeah, so at that point after, you can trigger PM 2.5 PSD for the precursor, where right now you really don't.
I have a PAL precursors.
That makes a difference. You don't have a power for 2.5?
But what if I have a PAL person two and docs, and I go, hey, I'm not gonna trigger, you know, and then
You're not gonna like my answer, because you have a PAL for SO2 and NOx, and the SO2 and NOx and PAL were geared towards PSD protectiveness. They were not looked at with the aspect of 2.5 precursor formation. I bet you they would come back and say no NOx. Yeah.
that's tough.
I mean, guys, we don't even have a final rule yet, so we're gonna have to see what comes out. The EPA is gonna issue the final rule, they are gonna lower the max potentially, and then they're gonna have to, issue an implementation document, which is telling everybody how that max is gonna be enforced. There's a lot of steps between here and there, and I'll get to that in my next slide. But these are all questions to keep in mind. This is a wonderful debate, I love having it. It's things that we all got, and I'm gonna be attracting the exact same thing you are, so I can help my clients and help people. Because, but this is something you do not want to take your eye off of. Don't get so fixated on all the other things and the ozone and stuff that you forget about. PM 2.5, somebody is going to be massively surprised. And my experience is massive surprising in any organization, whether it be federal, state, industry, or consultant. You never want to do that to your own. No.
That's a for a big one, I'm big one, I already have, actually. Basically, the greatest, it is technology. How taking into account this, however, the acquisition. That's it, I think. How we, I think that a better technology.
I think this is going to be very, very interesting. And this is something that the EPA basically created when they went back and decided to review the EFT 2.5 and 2.5 max and lower it. I'm not going to get my personal opinion into it, but this from the professional level, what I see is if you're in an area, now with this like if, right? If you're in an area that is PM 2.5 non-attainment, and if you're in an area where VOC and ammonia are determined to be precursors for 2.5, that's going to be interesting because as you know, we got SCRs, we got SNCRs, you got ammonia fertilizers. Ammonia is one of the most, believe it or not, one of the most handled chemicals in America, in addition to sulfuric acid, which is the highest production acid in America. Ammonia is all over. It's going to be interesting to see if all the ifs line up of now what are you going to do? Are you going to use ammonia as a SCR component or SNCR component to control NOx? Now you're gonna have to balance that on and like creating a PM 2.5 problem. It potentially puts the regulatory agencies in the box of trying to pick from the lesser of the two. You know, like, so what's more important, ozone or 2.5? I think that there are scenario dominoes that can fall that will make this an extremely complicated scenario. These are excellent questions. Keep them in mind mentally as you're, if you're not following these, please do. That would be my suggestion. Don't ignore anytime you see a Federal Register or somebody coming up and they're talking about, oh, about your PM. You're like, worry about it. This is your chance to be upfront and try to see what this is potentially going to do. Here's what the TCEQ is putting out as their time frame. If you're in another state outside of Texas, please double check this with your state.